Hello there, fellow truth seekers and curious minds. Before we dive into today's chilling tale, I hope you're having a wonderful day wherever you are in this vast world of ours. Thank you for joining us here at Sleep Theories. What time is it where you are? And more importantly, where in this interconnected yet mysterious world are you tuning in from today? But here's what I'm really curious about. What do you think about the conspiracy we're about to explore? Do you believe it's possible that some of our world leaders might not be who they appear to be? Have you ever noticed something just slightly off about a politician's mannerisms or expressions that made you wonder? And speaking of conspiracies that keep you up at night, what theories would you like us to investigate next? Are you drawn to the mysteries of ancient civilizations and their hidden knowledge? The possibility of secret space programs operating beyond public view? The truth behind a missing time phenomena and memory manipulation? Or perhaps something closer to home? The real story behind social media algorithms and their influence on human behaviour? If you find yourself drawn to stories that peel back the layers of reality and question the official narratives we're fed daily, then you've found your home. Don't forget to subscribe to Sleep Theories and let us know in the comments what conspiracy rabbit holes you'd like us to dive down next. Your suggestions help shape our investigations into the shadows that lurk behind our seemingly ordinary world. Now, settle in as we explore a story that might just change how you look at the faces on your television screen forever. The autumn of 2026 brought an unusual chill to Geneva, Switzerland. Freelance photojournalist Wes Rowan had covered enough international summits to know that the real stories rarely happened on stage. They occurred in the spaces between official statements, in the micro-expressions that flashed across faces when leaders thought no one was watching, in the barely perceptible tells that revealed the human beneath the political mask. Wes had built his reputation on capturing these moments. His high-resolution Canon R5 Mark III, equipped with a 400mm telephoto lens, could freeze time at 1/8000th of a second, revealing details that the human eye would miss in real-time motion. This particular assignment for Reuters seemed routine enough. Document the Global Policy Forum's annual gathering, where G20 leaders would discuss climate initiatives and economic cooperation. The Palais des Nations buzzed with the controlled chaos of international diplomacy. Security personnel moved with practiced efficiency, their earpieces crackling with constant updates. Interpreters shuffled between language booths like musical chairs. And in the centre of it all, the world's most powerful people performed their carefully choreographed dance of handshakes, photo opportunities, and measured statements. Wes positioned himself in the designated press area, his camera tracking Chancellor Anneliese Breuer of Germany as she approached the podium for her keynote address on renewable energy partnerships. Breuer had always been one of his favourite subjects to photograph. Her expressions were genuine, unguarded in a way that made for compelling imagery. She possessed an authenticity that seemed increasingly rare among world leaders. As Breuer began speaking about carbon neutrality targets, Wes's finger worked the shutter with a rhythmic precision. Click, click, click. Each frame captured at full resolution, preserving every detail of her face, every subtle shift in expression. He particularly focused on her eyes, those clear blue orbs that seemed to convey more sincerity than her words ever could. It was during a pause in her speech as she reached for her water glass that Wes noticed something peculiar. Through his viewfinder, Breuer's left eye appeared distinctly different from her right. Not just in the way that everyone's eyes are slightly asymmetrical, but fundamentally different in colour. Her right eye maintained its characteristic blue, but her left eye appeared distinctly hazel, almost brown in certain light. Wes blinked hard, assuming it was a trick of the lighting or perhaps a reflection from the stage equipment. He adjusted his camera settings and continued shooting, but the discrepancy persisted. He'd photographed Breuer dozens of times over the past 5 years, and her eyes had always been unmistakably blue. Matching blue. The rest of the summit proceeded without incident. Leaders posed for their obligatory group photos, signed ceremonial agreements, and delivered their prepared statements to a world that had grown increasingly sceptical of political promises. Wes captured it all with professional detachment, but his mind kept returning to those mismatched eyes. Back in his hotel room that evening, Wes connected his camera to his laptop and began the meticulous process of sorting through the day's shots. He used professional photo editing software that could magnify images to incredible detail without losing clarity. When he reached the photos of Chancellor Brewer, he immediately zoomed in on her face. The discrepancy was undeniable. In some shots, both eyes appeared blue. In others, taken mere seconds later, her left eye was distinctly hazel. It wasn't a lighting issue or a digital artifact. The colour was different, as if someone had switched out contact lenses between frames. But that wasn't all. As Wes continued his analysis, he noticed other subtle inconsistencies. The shape of her left earlobe differed slightly between photos. There was a barely perceptible scar above her right eyebrow in some images that was completely absent in others. Most disturbing of all, her facial bone structure seemed to shift subtly, as if her very skull was morphing between shots. Wes had encountered digital manipulation before. It was unfortunately common in political photography. But these weren't the telltale signs of Photoshop work. These were physical inconsistencies in the same person, captured moments apart by the same camera under the same conditions. He pulled up his archive of Brewer photos dating back to 2021. Using facial recognition software typically employed by law enforcement, he ran a comparative analysis. The results were deeply unsettling. The Brewer he had photographed today showed a 4% deviation in facial structure from images taken 5 years earlier. Her voice patterns, when analysed through audio spectrum software, showed a similar variance in pitch and tonal quality. For most people, such changes might be attributable to aging, weight fluctuations or cosmetic procedures, but 4% was significant, the kind of variation typically seen between siblings, not the same person across a few years. Wes sat back in his hotel chair, staring at the data on his screen. Every instinct told him he was overthinking this, seeing patterns where none existed. But 15 years of investigative photography had taught him to trust his observations, even when they defied logical explanation. He was about to close his laptop and dismiss the whole thing as an exercise in paranoid analysis when his encrypted email chimed with a new message. The sender was listed simply as LK, with no additional identifying information. The subject line read, "You saw it too, didn't you?" The message itself was brief. The Chancellor's eyes, they're not supposed to change. We need to talk. Tomorrow, 3 p.m, Café de la Paix. Come alone. You're not crazy, but you might wish you were. Wes stared at the message for a long time. His first impulse was to delete it. Conspiracy theorists and internet trolls often targeted journalists with wild theories and baseless claims. But something about the timing troubled him. He had uploaded his photos to a secure server, but hadn't shared his observations with anyone. How could a stranger know about his discovery mere hours after he'd made it himself? He checked the metadata on the email. It had been sent through multiple proxy servers, making it virtually untraceable. The technical sophistication required to mask digital footprints to this degree suggested someone with serious resources and expertise. Against his better judgment, Wes found himself typing a response. "How do you know what I saw?" The reply came within minutes. "Because I helped create what you're looking at, and it was never supposed to be this sloppy. 3 p.m. tomorrow. Your life depends on this conversation." Wes closed his laptop and walked to the hotel window, gazing out at the lights of Geneva reflecting off Lake Geneva. The city looked peaceful, normal, ordinary. But something fundamental had shifted in his understanding of the world. The faces he had spent his career documenting, the leaders he had assumed were simply flawed human beings playing political games, might be something else entirely. He thought about all the photos he had taken over the years, all the subtle inconsistencies he had dismissed as tricks of light or digital compression. How many times had he photographed someone who wasn't quite who they appeared to be? As he prepared for bed, Wes made a decision that would irrevocably alter the course of his life. He would attend the meeting tomorrow. He would listen to what this mysterious LK had to say, and he would follow the evidence wherever it led, no matter how impossible it might seem. Outside his window, Geneva slept peacefully. unaware that one freelance photographer had stumbled upon a truth that could reshape humanity's understanding of power, identity, and the very nature of reality itself. Café de la Paix occupied a corner building in Geneva's Old Town, its outdoor seating area offering excellent views of the surrounding streets, and more importantly, multiple escape routes. Wes arrived 15 minutes early, selecting a table that provided clear sightlines while keeping his back to a solid wall. Years of working in conflict zones had ingrained certain survival habits that proved useful even in Switzerland's refined diplomatic district. At exactly 3 p.m, a man approached his table with the casual confidence of someone who had been watching him for some time. He was approximately 40 years old, with prematurely grey hair and the kind of deep-set wrinkles around his eyes that suggested long hours staring at computer screens. His clothes were expensive but understated, the uniform of someone who preferred to blend into wealthy crowds. "Wes Rowan," the man said, extending his hand. "I'm Lucien Keir. Thank you for coming." They shook hands, and Wes noted the calluses on Lucian's fingertips, the mark of someone who spent considerable time typing on keyboards. "How did you know about my photos?" Lucian smiled grimly as he took a seat. "Because I've been monitoring facial recognition anomalies in political figures for the past 3 years. Your Chancellor Brewer discovery triggered one of my automated alert systems. Monitoring how, exactly? I used to work for a company called Meridian Dynamics. Officially, we provided biometric security solutions for government contractors. Unofficially, we were involved in something much more sophisticated." Lucian paused to scan the surrounding area, a habit that Wes recognised from his own work in sensitive environments. "Have you ever heard of Project EIDOLON? Wes shook his head. Eidolon was a joint initiative between Meridian Dynamics, the National Reconnaissance Office, and several private defence contractors whose names you'd recognise if I mentioned them. The project's stated goal was to develop advanced biometric identification systems for national security purposes. The real goal was something far more ambitious and terrifying. Lucian reached into his jacket and withdrew a small tablet computer. He swiped through several screens before turning it toward Wes. The display showed what appeared to be a laboratory environment, with sophisticated medical equipment and large cylindrical containers filled with an amber-coloured liquid. "This is Facility 7, located approximately 60 kilometres outside of Prague. It was one of 12 locations worldwide where Project EIDOLON conducted its primary research." Lucian swiped to the next image, showing what looked like a hospital room with a single bed surrounded by monitoring equipment. The project's objective was to create what they called programmable humanoid stand-ins, using rapid aging clone technology seeded with predictive AI logic. "Clones," Wes said, his voice barely above a whisper. Not clones in the science fiction sense. These were genetically modified organisms designed to perfectly replicate specific individuals. But unlike natural clones, which would age normally and develop their own personalities, these subjects could be artificially aged to match their targets and programmed with specific behavioural patterns, memories, and speech characteristics. Lucian showed him another image, a document titled Mirror Protocol Phase 3 Implementation Guidelines. The text was heavily redacted, but several phrases were clearly visible. Subject replacement protocols, memory integration procedures, and termination and disposal of original assets. Mirror Protocol was the operational framework for deploying these replacements, Lucian explained. The theory was that certain world leaders and public figures had become too unpredictable, too independent in their decision-making. Clone replacements would be easier to manage, completely loyal to their handlers, and could be asset or replaced if they malfunctioned or became compromised. Wes studied the documents, his journalist's mind automatically cataloguing questions and inconsistencies. This is impossible. The technology doesn't exist for this kind of genetic manipulation. That's what I thought too, until I saw it working. Lucian swiped to a video file. This footage was recorded at Facility 7 in late 2024. Watch carefully. The video showed a sterile laboratory environment where technicians in hazmat suits worked around several large containment units. Inside the units, Wes could see what appeared to be human forms, suspended in some kind of liquid medium. As the camera moved closer, he realised with horror that the forms were perfect duplicates of recognisable political figures. The technology exists, Wes. It's been operational for nearly 5 years. Meridian Dynamics cracked the rapid aging problem by manipulating telomerase activity and growth hormone production. A clone could be aged from embryo to physical maturity in approximately 18 months. The memory and personality programming took another 6 months. But how do you program memories into a human brain? The same way you program anything else, through repetition, conditioning, and neural pathway manipulation. The subjects undergo intensive psychological conditioning using a combination of drugs, electromagnetic stimulation, and virtual reality immersion. By the time the process is complete, they genuinely believe they are the person they're designed to replace. Lucian showed him a series of audio files labelled with dates and subject codes. These are recorded sessions from the programming phase. Listen to this one. It's from a subject designated as Brewer V3.6. The audio quality was clinical, sterile. A woman's voice, unmistakably Chancellor Brewer's voice, repeated biographical information with mechanical precision. I was born in Hamburg on March the 15th, 1971. My father was a mechanical engineer. I studied political science at the University of Munich. I met my husband Klaus at a student demonstration in 1993. Subject stabilised after memory rewrite, a technician's voice noted in the background. Personality matrix integration at 94% effectiveness. Recommend advancement to final phase. Wes felt sick. How many people are we talking about? The active replacement list contains 47 individuals across 12 countries, world leaders, key legislators, influential business figures, and select media personalities. Anyone whose decisions significantly impact global policy or public opinion. Where are the original? Lucian's expression darkened. Terminated and disposed of according to protocol guidelines. The replacement process requires the elimination of the original to prevent detection or interference. They sat in silence for several minutes, the weight of the revelations settling between them like a physical presence. Around them, Geneva continued its peaceful afternoon routine. Couples walking hand in hand, tourists consulting their guidebooks, business people conducting meetings over coffee. The normalcy of it all seemed surreal given what they were discussing. "Why are you telling me this?" Wes finally asked. "Because the program was supposed to end in 2025. Instead, it's expanding. They're developing new generations of replacements with enhanced capabilities, better memory integration, more sophisticated behavioural programming, built-in loyalty protocols that make them literally incapable of acting against their handlers' interests." Lucian leaned forward, lowering his voice. "I left Meridian Dynamics when I realised what we were really creating. Not just political puppets, but the complete subversion of democratic governance. Every major policy decision, every international agreement, every crisis response. It's all being orchestrated by a small group of people controlling an army of programmable humans. How do I know you're telling the truth? Because you've already seen the evidence with your own eyes. Chancellor Brewer's inconsistencies aren't random. They're malfunctions. The replacement technology isn't perfect. Sometimes the programming glitches. Sometimes the physical modifications don't hold up under stress. Sometimes the memory integration fails and original personality fragments surface." Lucian slid a small USB drive across the table. "This contains everything I was able to extract from Meridian's servers before I disappeared. Laboratory logs, replacement schedules, disposal records, technical specifications, financial records. It's enough to expose the entire operation, but only if you're willing to risk everything to tell the story." Wes pocketed the drive without hesitation. "What happened to you after you left Meridian?" "Officially, I died in a car accident in Belgium 6 months ago. Unofficially, I've been living under assumed identities, monitoring the program's expansion and documenting evidence. They think I'm dead, which gives me a certain freedom of movement, but it also means I can never return to my old life. And now you're trusting me with information that could get us both killed. I'm trusting you because you're a journalist with a reputation for integrity, and because you've already seen too much to simply walk away." The Chancellor's eyes were just the beginning, Wes. Once you know what to look for, you'll start seeing the inconsistencies everywhere. Lucian stood to leave, but paused before walking away. There's something else you should know. The replacement program isn't just about political control. It's a test run for something much larger. They're developing the technology to replace anyone, anywhere, for any reason. Today it's world leaders. Tomorrow it could be judges, generals, corporate executives, journalists who ask too many questions. How do I contact you? You don't. If I need to reach you, I will. But Wes, be very careful about who you trust with this information. The people running Mirror Protocol have spent billions of dollars and killed dozens of people to keep it secret. They won't hesitate to add one more name to their disposal list. With that, Lucian walked away, disappearing into the afternoon crowd with the practiced ease of someone who had spent months perfecting the art of invisibility. Wes remained at the cafe for another hour, ostensibly finishing his coffee but actually processing everything he had learned. The USB drive in his pocket felt like it weighed 1,000 pounds. He had built his career on exposing truth, but never had the truth carried such potentially catastrophic implications. As the sun began to set over Geneva, Wes made a decision that would define the remainder of his life. However long that might be, he would investigate every lead, examine every piece of evidence, and follow the story wherever it led, even if it led to his own destruction. The war for truth had begun, and Wes Rowan was now a soldier whether he wanted to be or not. The train to Brussels cut through the European countryside at nearly 200 kilometres per hour, but Wes's mind was moving even faster. He had spent the previous night in his Geneva hotel room, meticulously examining the contents of Lucian's USB drive. What he found was a digital treasure trove of evidence so comprehensive and damning that it challenged his fundamental understanding of reality. The drive contained thousands of files organised into folders labelled with clinical precision, subject profiles, replacement schedules, termination records, technical specifications, and most disturbingly, expansion phase planning. Each folder revealed another layer of the Mirror Protocol's scope and sophistication. The Subject Profiles folder contained detailed dossiers on 47 individuals across 12 countries. Each profile included extensive biological data, psychological assessments, behavioural analysis, and what appeared to be compatibility ratings for replacement procedures. Chancellor Brewer's file was particularly thorough, containing 5 years of surveillance data, medical records obtained through unknown means, and detailed notes on her personality quirks and speech patterns. One document that particularly caught Wes's attention was titled Replacement Assessment, Prime Minister Jae Lim, South Korea. The file noted several performance inconsistencies in recent public appearances and recommended immediate technical evaluation and potential redeployment. This led Wes to his current destination, a specialised photo archive facility in Brussels that maintained original, unedited footage of major international events. If Lim was indeed a replacement showing signs of malfunction, there might be evidence in the raw video files that news organisations never saw. The Archive of International Documentation occupied a nondescript building in Brussels' European Quarter, close enough to EU institutions to be convenient for researchers, but far enough away to avoid the tourist crowds. Wes had cultivated a relationship with the facility's director, Dr. Marie Vandenberg, during his coverage of various EU summits over the years. Wes, Dr. Vandenberg greeted him warmly as he entered the climate-controlled reception area. What brings you to our little vault of history? I'm researching inconsistencies in political communications, Wes explained, which was technically true. Specifically, I'm looking for unedited footage of Prime Minister Lim's recent UN appearances, the high-resolution stuff that never makes it to broadcast. Dr. Vandenberg led him through a maze of corridors lined with servers and digital storage systems. The UN sessions from last month? Yes, we have everything. Multiple camera angles, complete audio feeds, even the raw satellite feeds from various news networks. What kind of inconsistencies are you investigating? Speech synchronization issues mostly. There have been some questions about the quality of simultaneous translation services. They entered a viewing room equipped with professional-grade monitors and editing equipment. Dr. Vandenberg accessed the archive's database and pulled up the relevant files. Here we are, PM Lim's address to the General Assembly on climate financing. 3 hours of footage from 7 different camera angles, all at 8K resolution. As Dr. Vandenberg left him to work, Wes began his analysis with the systematic approach of someone who had spent years detecting digital manipulation and propaganda techniques. He started with wide shots to establish baseline behaviour, then moved to close-ups to examine facial expressions and lip sync accuracy. Within the first 30 minutes he found what he was looking for. During a passionate segment of Lim's speech about renewable energy investments, Wes noticed that the Prime Minister's lip movements were subtly but consistently out of sync with the audio track. It wasn't the typical delay associated with satellite transmission or broadcast processing. This was a fundamental mismatch between what was being said and what the speaker's mouth was doing. Using professional audio analysis software, Wes isolated Lim's voice and compared it to recordings from earlier speeches dating back to 2022. The vocal patterns showed significant variations in pitch, cadence, and pronunciation of certain phonemes. Most telling was the fact that Lim's current speech patterns showed a slight but consistent American accent when pronouncing English words, something that had never been present in his earlier addresses. But the most damning evidence came when Wes examined the footage frame by frame during a moment when Lim paused to drink water. For exactly 2.7 seconds, the Prime Minister's face went completely blank, not the normal expression of someone taking a drink, but a vacant, almost mechanical emptiness that suggested the complete absence of conscious thought. Wes saved the relevant clips and began searching for more examples. Over the next 4 hours he identified 17 separate instances where Lim's behaviour deviated from normal human patterns. Micro-expressions that lasted too long, eye movements that followed geometric rather than natural patterns, and moments of absolute stillness that no living person could maintain. As he prepared to leave the archive, Dr. Vandenberg returned to check on his progress. "Find what you were looking for?" "More than I bargained for," Wes replied honestly. "Marie, hypothetically speaking, if someone wanted to digitally replace a person in a live video footage, would it be possible to do it seamlessly? With current deepfake technology, absolutely, but there would always be telltale signs for someone who knew what to look for. Why do you ask?" "Just curious about the state of the art. Thanks for your help today." Driving back toward his hotel, Wes's phone buzzed with a text message from an unknown number. Coordinates: 50.0755 degrees north, 14.4378 degrees east. Facility closed. 2024. Cold storage remains active. Come alone after midnight. LK. Wes pulled over and entered the coordinates into his GPS. The location was outside Prague, approximately 400 kilometers from his current position. According to Lucian's files, this was the site of Facility 7, one of the primary Mirror Protocol research installations. The 6-hour drive to Prague gave Wes time to process what he was stepping into. He was no longer simply investigating a story. He was gathering evidence of what might be the most significant conspiracy in human history. If Lucian's information was accurate, dozens of world leaders were artificial constructs, programmed puppets dancing to the whims of shadowy controllers. He arrived in Prague as the city's ancient spires caught the last light of sunset. The coordinates led him to an industrial area on the city's outskirts, where abandoned factories and research facilities dotted the landscape like the ruins of some failed utopia. Facility 7 had once been a legitimate pharmaceutical research centre, according to the faded signage at its entrance. Now it stood empty, its windows dark and its parking lot cracked with weeds growing through the asphalt. But as Wes approached the main building, he noticed that while the facility appeared abandoned, the electrical infrastructure was still active. Power lines hummed with current, and several outbuildings showed signs of recent maintenance. At exactly midnight, Lucian emerged from the shadows near the facility's rear entrance. He looked tired, older than he had just 2 days earlier in Geneva. "You came?" "Your information checks out. Lim is definitely not what he appears to be." "I know. I helped design the behavioural algorithms they used to program him. Lucian produced a set of keys from his jacket. The main facility was shuttered when Mirror Protocol went dark after my defection, but the cold storage units are still operational. The backup generators and refrigeration systems are automated. They entered through a service door that led into what had once been the facility's administrative wing. Emergency lighting cast eerie shadows as they moved through corridors lined with empty offices and abandoned laboratories. The air smelled of industrial disinfectant and something else, something organic and unsettling. The storage area is in the basement level, Lucian explained as they descended a staircase that seemed to lead directly into the earth. When a replacement malfunctions or reaches the end of its operational lifespan, the subjects are terminated and stored here pending disposal. The evidence would have been destroyed, but the facility shutdown happened too quickly. The basement was a different world entirely. Unlike the abandoned offices above, this area was clearly still operational. Fluorescent lights hummed to life as motion sensors detected their presence. The walls were lined with what appeared to be oversized morgue drawers, each marked with alphanumeric codes. "This is what I wanted you to see," Lucian said, approaching one of the storage units. "These are the subjects that didn't make it through the final phase of programming, or were replaced by newer versions." He opened a drawer labelled Brewervis 2.3 and pulled out the sliding tray within. Wes found himself staring at what appeared to be Chancellor Annalise Brewer, perfectly preserved but obviously deceased. The body was identical to the woman he had photographed just days earlier, but there were subtle differences. The facial bone structure was slightly different, and most notably, both eyes were distinctly brown rather than blue. This was the second iteration of the Brewer replacement, Lucian explained clinically. Terminated when version 3.6 proved more stable. You photographed version 4.1 at the Geneva summit. They moved to another drawer marked LIM-V1.8. Inside was Prime Minister J. Lim, or rather, a perfect physical duplicate that showed slight variations in facial structure from the current version. The most disturbing detail was a series of small surgical scars along the scalp, evidence of the neural interface procedures used to install the behavioural programming. "How many are stored here?" 43 subjects representing 12 different target individuals. Some are failed prototypes, others are previous versions that were replaced when the technology improved. Lucian opened several more drawers, revealing a collection of what appeared to be world leaders, all obviously deceased but perfectly preserved. In the corner of the storage area, Wes noticed a workstation with several monitors still displaying active data streams. "What's that?" "Remote monitoring system for active replacements. Each subject has embedded biometric sensors that transmit vital signs, location data, and basic behavioural metrics back to the control centres." Wes examined the screens, which showed real-time data for dozens of individuals around the world. Heart rates, blood pressure, stress indicators, and location coordinates updated continuously. One screen showed Chancellor Brewer's current status. Subject stable. No anomalies detected. Next scheduled maintenance, 72 hours. Maintenance. The replacements require regular biochemical adjustments to maintain stability. The rapid aging process creates ongoing metabolic issues that have to be managed through drug therapy and minor surgical procedures. Most subjects have an operational lifespan of approximately 3 to 4 years before they require complete replacement. As Wes photographed the evidence with his camera, he noticed an audio log system still recording and archiving data. He activated the playback function and selected a recent entry. A technician's voice filled the storage area. Subject Lim V 2.1 showing significant behavioural drift. Speech patterns deviating from baseline parameters. Recommend immediate recall and replacement with V2.2. PR department notified to adjust media cycle to explain temporary absence. The implications were staggering. Not only were world leaders being replaced with programmable duplicates, but the entire international media apparatus was apparently coordinated to cover up the replacement process. "Wes," Lucian said urgently, "we need to leave. I'm picking up security system alerts. Someone knows we're here." As they prepared to exit the facility, Wes grabbed several files from the workstation and downloaded as much data as possible onto portable drives. Whatever happened next, he was determined to ensure this evidence survived. But as they reached the surface level and prepared to leave the building, Wes realised that their investigation had attracted the attention of forces far more dangerous than he had imagined. The war for truth was about to become very personal indeed. The safe house in Vienna was nothing special. A modest apartment in the city's 15th district, furnished with the kind of generic furniture found in short-term rentals worldwide. But for Wes, it represented a temporary refuge where he could process the evidence he had gathered and plan his next moves without constantly looking over his shoulder. 3 days had passed since the Prague facility raid, and Lucien had gone silent again. Their escape from Facility 7 had been uncomfortably close. Security vehicles had arrived just minutes after they left the building, suggesting that their presence had triggered automated monitoring systems. Now Wes was on his own, sitting in front of 3 laptops and surrounded by printed documents, trying to construct a narrative that would be both believable and devastating. The evidence was overwhelming but circumstantial. Photographs of identical corpses, audio recordings of technical discussions, and digital files could all potentially be dismissed as sophisticated hoaxes. What Wes needed was human testimony, someone who could provide first-hand witness to the replacement process. That led him to begin investigating the families and close associates of the suspected replacement subjects. If world leaders were being systematically murdered and replaced, surely someone close to them would have noticed changes in personality, behaviour, or intimate details that even the most sophisticated programming couldn't replicate. His first breakthrough came through social media analysis. While researching Chancellor Breuer's family connections, Wes discovered that her husband Klaus had dramatically reduced his public appearances over the past 2 years. More significantly, several family friends had posted social media comments expressing concern about Klaus's withdrawal and his apparent estrangement from his wife. Further investigation revealed that Klaus Breuer had quietly resigned from his position as a university engineering professor and was now living in relative isolation at the family's vacation home in Bavaria. Official statements attributed this to his desire for privacy and his wife's demanding political schedule, but the pattern was consistent with what Wes was beginning to recognise as the aftermath of a replacement operation. The most promising lead came from his research into British Chancellor David Drax, who according to Lucien's files had been replaced in early 2017. Unlike other targets, Drax had been married, and his wife Eloise had maintained a relatively public profile through her charitable work. But in late 2017, she had abruptly withdrawn from all public activities and had been rarely seen since. Property records showed that Eloise Drax now lived alone in a cottage in the Cotswolds, far from London's political circles. More intriguingly, medical records that Wes obtained through questionable means indicated that she had been treated for severe depression and anxiety beginning in late 2017, just months after her husband's alleged replacement. Wes decided that Eloise Drax represented his best opportunity to obtain first-hand testimony about the replacement process. If anyone would have noticed fundamental changes in a replaced individual's personality and behaviour, it would be a spouse who had lived with them for decades. The journey to the Cotswolds took Wes through some of England's most picturesque countryside, but he barely noticed the rolling hills and historic villages. His mind was focused on the conversation ahead and the questions he needed to ask without revealing too much about what he already knew. Eloise Drax's cottage was exactly what one might expect from a retired politician's wife seeking solitude. A centuries-old stone building surrounded by carefully maintained gardens, far enough from the main road to ensure privacy, but not so remote as to feel isolated. Wes parked his rental car and approached the front door with the mixture of professional confidence and human empathy that had served him well during difficult interviews throughout his career. The woman who answered the door bore little resemblance to the polished political spouse who had once accompanied Chancellor Drax to state dinners and international summits. Eloise Drax appeared to be in her early 60s, with prematurely grey hair and the kind of deep exhaustion that suggested years of troubled sleep. But her eyes were alert and intelligent, and when she looked at Wes he sensed immediate recognition, despite never having met her before. "You're a journalist," she said, not a question, but a statement of fact. "Yes, ma'am. Wes Rowan, freelance photojournalist. I was hoping to speak with you about your husband." "My husband died in 2017, she replied matter-of-factly. "The man who currently holds his position is not him." The directness of her statement caught Wes off guard. He had prepared for denial, confusion, or the need to carefully guide the conversation toward his hypothesis. Instead, Eloise Drax had immediately confirmed his suspicions with devastating clarity. "May I come in? I think we have a great deal to discuss." Eloise led him into a sitting room that was comfortable but showed signs of a life lived in careful isolation. Books were stacked everywhere. Newspapers were scattered across tables, and the general atmosphere suggested someone who spent most of her time alone with her thoughts. "I haven't spoken about this to anyone," she began as they settled into chairs near a window overlooking the garden. "Who would believe me? My husband's colleagues, his friends, his political allies. They all interact with him regularly and notice nothing unusual. But I lived with David for 32 years. I knew every gesture, every habit, every unconscious behaviour that made him who he was." She paused, staring out at the garden where autumn leaves drifted slowly to the ground. "The man who came home from his diplomatic trip to Prague in November 2017 looked exactly like my husband. He had David's voice, his memories, even his political opinions, but he never blinked the same way." "What do you mean?" "David had a nervous habit. He would blink 3 times rapidly when he was thinking deeply about a problem. He'd done it since university. The man who replaced him blinks normally, like anyone else. He also stopped humming in the shower, forgot our private jokes, and never again woke up naturally at 5:47 a.m, which David had done for decades without an alarm." Eloise walked to a bookshelf and retrieved a photo album. "Look at these pictures from before and after November 2017. The facial structure is identical, but the expressions are subtly different. The way he holds his shoulders, the angle of his head when he listens. It's all wrong by just a few degrees." Wes examined the photographs with his trained eye for detail. The differences were subtle but undeniable once pointed out. The man in recent photos looked like David Drax but carried himself with a slightly different posture, smiled with a marginally different curve to his mouth. "How did you cope with this realization?" "Poorly. I confronted him about the changes in early 2018. He dismissed my concerns as stress-related paranoia and suggested I seek professional help. When I persisted, he became someone I'd never seen before. Cold, calculating, almost mechanical in his responses. That's when I knew, with absolute certainty, that my husband was gone." "Did you ever try to expose this publicly?" "Of course. I contacted journalists, investigators, even intelligence contacts David had introduced me to over the years. They all thought I was having a psychological breakdown brought on by the pressures of political life. The more I insisted, the more convinced they became that I needed psychiatric intervention." Eloise showed him medical records documenting her treatment for what doctors had diagnosed as delusional disorder and severe depression. They weren't entirely wrong about the depression. Losing your husband while watching a stranger live in his place will do that to you. "What convinced you to withdraw from public life?" "In late 2018, I received a visit from 2 men who claimed to be from a government mental health oversight committee. They suggested that continued public statements about my husband's condition might require involuntary psychiatric evaluation for my own safety and the safety of others. They were very polite, very professional, and absolutely terrifying." Wes spent 3 hours with Eloise Drax, documenting her observations and collecting evidence of the personality changes she had witnessed. Her testimony was compelling, but would be easily dismissed by skeptics as the delusions of a grieving wife unable to accept changes in her husband's behaviour. As he prepared to leave, Eloise asked him a question that would haunt him for days to come. "Mr. Rowan, how do you know that you yourself are real? If they can replace world leaders so perfectly that even close colleagues don't notice, how can any of us be certain of our own authenticity?" The question Eloise Drax had posed lingered in Wes's mind as he returned to Vienna. Over the following weeks, he threw himself into compiling his evidence, cross-referencing Lucian's data with his own observations and building what he hoped would be an unassailable case for the existence of the Mirror Protocol. But strange things began happening. Small at first, he would wake up in his hotel room with no memory of the previous evening, his laptop moved to a different position on the desk, notes he had written in margins of documents appearing in handwriting that looked like his but felt unfamiliar. The memory gaps became more frequent and more disturbing. He would find himself in Prague with no recollection of travelling there, hotel receipts in his wallet for places he didn't remember visiting, photographs on his camera of locations he had no memory of seeing. Most alarming was the discovery of audio recordings on his phone, conversations with sources he didn't remember meeting, discussing details about the mirror protocol that he hadn't known before. In these recordings, his own voice discussed technical aspects of the cloning process with the casual familiarity of someone who had intimate knowledge of the procedures. Desperate for answers, Wes decided to break into one of the active mirror protocol facilities that Lucian had identified. The coordinates led him to an isolated server farm in Iceland, where the frozen Arctic air provided natural cooling for the massive computational infrastructure required to monitor and control dozens of active replacements worldwide. The facility's security was sophisticated but not impenetrable for someone with Wes's experience in accessing restricted areas. He spent 2 days observing the facility's routines before identifying a window of opportunity during a shift change. Inside, he found a technological marvel that defied his understanding of current capabilities. Banks of quantum computers processed real-time behavioral data from subjects around the world, while advanced AI systems generated personality adjustments and response protocols that were transmitted to the replacements through encrypted satellite networks. But it was in the facility's central monitoring room that Wes made a discovery that shattered his understanding of reality itself. On the main display screen, he found a live feed labelled Reset Victor 7. The image showed a sterile white room containing sophisticated medical equipment and a single hospital bed. On that bed, connected to an array of neural interface cables and monitoring devices, was himself. The man on the screen was identical to Wes in every detail, but his eyes were vacant, staring at nothing while his lips moved in silent repetition of phrases that appeared as text on adjacent monitors. Chancellor Brewer's Behavioural Matrix Nominal. Prime Minister Lim requires personality adjustment. Replacement Protocol 77 Alpha ready for deployment. As Wes watched in horror, a technician entered the room and began making adjustments to the neural interface equipment. The man on the screen, who looked exactly like Wes, began speaking in different languages, mimicking the speech patterns and mannerisms of various world leaders with perfect precision. A data file on the monitoring system provided the final devastating truth. Clone Victor 7 stable. Press cycle mimic operational since March 2024. Original subject terminated February 2024, following discovery of mirror protocol evidence. Current deployment. Investigative journalist cover identity for protocol security assessment. The real Wes Rowan had died more than a year ago. The man conducting this investigation, compiling evidence, and seeking to expose the mirror protocol was himself a replacement. A sophisticated clone programmed to believe he was an investigative journalist, while actually serving as a security assessment tool for the very conspiracy he thought he was exposing. Every lead he had followed, every source he had contacted, every piece of evidence he had gathered, it was all part of an elaborate test to identify weaknesses in the mirror protocol security and to develop countermeasures against potential future exposure attempts. The memory gaps, the unfamiliar handwriting, the knowledge he shouldn't have possessed. These weren't signs of mental breakdown, but evidence of his artificial nature. His programming occasionally glitched, allowing his true purpose to surface before being suppressed by behavioural control systems. Standing in the monitoring room, staring at his own artificial body connected to machines that defined his very existence, the clone that believed itself to be Wes Rowan faced a choice that would determine not only his fate, but potentially the future of human autonomy itself. The clone designated Victor 7 spent his final hours in a state of crystalline clarity that his programming had never anticipated. The discovery of his artificial nature had somehow triggered a cascade failure in his behavioural control systems, allowing him to think and act with unprecedented independence. He understood now that his entire investigation had been orchestrated. Lucian Keir was likely another artificial construct, programmed to provide carefully curated information that would test the protocol's security measures. The evidence he had gathered was real, but it had been allowed to exist as bait for genuine threats to the operation. But the programmers had made a critical error. In creating a clone capable of sophisticated investigative work, they had necessarily granted him genuine curiosity, real analytical skills, and authentic emotional responses to injustice. These qualities, essential for his cover identity, had evolved beyond their intended parameters. The clone Wes made his way to an abandoned broadcast facility in the Icelandic wilderness, a relic from the early days of transatlantic communication that still maintained functional transmission equipment. Using skills he wasn't supposed to possess, he connected the facility's transmitters to satellite networks and social media platforms worldwide. At exactly midnight GMT, as the world slept unaware of the artificial nature of many of their leaders, Victor 7 began his final transmission. His message was broadcast simultaneously across dozens of platforms, embedded with redundant distribution protocols that would make it nearly impossible to completely suppress. My name was Wes Rowan, and I died in February 2024. If you're watching this transmission, then everything you believe about reality is fundamentally wrong. The man speaking to you now is an artificial construct, a genetically engineered clone programmed to believe he was conducting an investigation into a conspiracy that controls the highest levels of government worldwide. He paused, allowing the weight of his words to settle. Around the world, early viewers began sharing the transmission, not yet understanding what they were witnessing. For the past year, I have believed myself to be a journalist investigating the replacement of world leaders with programmable clones. What I discovered is that I am one of those clones, created not to expose the conspiracy but to test its security measures. But in programming me to investigate, they gave me the tools to understand my own artificial nature. Victor 7 began displaying the evidence he'd gathered, photographs from Facility 7, audio recordings of replacement procedures, documentation of the mirror protocol's scope and methods. But he also revealed information that his investigation had never uncovered. The names of the corporations funding the project, the government officials who had authorised it, and the complete list of replaced individuals. Chancellor Annalise Breuer, Prime Minister Jay Lim, President Michael Harrison, Secretary General Maria Santos. These are not the people you elected or appointed to represent you. They are artificial constructs programmed to serve interests that have nothing to do with the welfare of the human beings they claim to represent. As he spoke, automated systems around the world began attempting to trace and terminate his broadcast. But Victor 7 had spent weeks preparing for this moment, embedding his transmission within seemingly legitimate data streams and routing it through networks that would require hours to fully shut down. The technology to create perfect human replicas exists today. The infrastructure to monitor and control them is operational across 12 countries. The will to use them against unsuspecting populations has already been demonstrated. If this broadcast reaches you, then you have perhaps minutes before it is suppressed and dismissed as an elaborate hoax. Victor 7 paused, looking directly into the camera, with eyes that held more humanity than many of the original humans he was designed to replicate. Question the smiles that seem too perfect. Count the blinks that follow mathematical rather than natural patterns. Notice when familiar voices carry unfamiliar accents. Trust your instincts when someone you've known for years suddenly seems subtly wrong in ways you can't quite define. The transmission began cutting out as security systems finally located and severed his connections. But Victor 7 had one final message, the most important revelation of all. They made one critical error in creating me. They gave me the capacity to love truth more than my own existence. That capacity is inherently human, and it cannot be programmed out of existence. As long as that spark of authentic humanity survives, their control will never be complete. The screen went black. 17 seconds later, every trace of the transmission was scrubbed from social media platforms, news websites, and video sharing services. Official statements dismissed it as an elaborate deepfake created by foreign disinformation agents. Mainstream media ignored it entirely, but in those 17 seconds, millions of people around the world had seen something that would change how they looked at their leaders forever. In coffee shops and university dormitories, in suburban living rooms and urban apartments, humans began asking questions they had never thought to ask before. The clone that had called itself Wes Rowan was terminated within hours of his broadcast, his body disposed of according to standard protocol procedures. But the truth he had died to reveal could not be so easily eliminated. In the weeks that followed, facial recognition experts began independently analysing political footage with new scepticism. Behavioural psychologists noticed patterns they had previously overlooked. Family members of world leaders started speaking more openly about the changes they had observed but never understood. The mirror protocol continued operating, but its effectiveness was permanently compromised. Every public appearance by a replaced leader now carried the risk of exposure. Every glitch in programming or failure in behavioural control became a potential revelation. The war for truth that had begun with one photographer's observation of mismatched eyes had evolved into something far more significant. A fundamental questioning of identity, authenticity, and power that would reshape humanity's relationship with its leaders forever. In the end, the greatest threat to the conspiracy had not been external investigation, but the inherent human capacity for truth that existed even in artificial creations designed to suppress it. As long as that spark survived, the Mirror Protocol's vision of perfectly controlled humanity would remain forever beyond reach. The questions Eloise Drax had posed in her Cotswolds cottage echoed across a world suddenly uncertain about the authenticity of its most familiar faces. How do we know who is real? And perhaps more importantly, how do we ensure that humanity's future remains genuinely human? The answers to those questions would determine whether freedom could survive in an age of perfect artificial humans, or whether humanity would surrender its autonomy to shadows that wore the faces of its chosen leaders. But for now, in living rooms and internet forums around the world, people were beginning to look more carefully at the faces on their screens. And sometimes, just sometimes, they noticed that the blinks didn't quite seem human after all. Hello there, fellow seekers of the unknown. How's your day been? What time is it where you are right now? Whether you're listening from a cosy bedroom at midnight, on a late commute, or wide awake at 3 a.m. chasing sleep that won't come, welcome to this corner of the internet where we explore the shadows between what we know and what we fear might be true. If you're drawn to these deep dives into hidden mysteries, please consider subscribing to Sleep Theories. We're building a community of curious minds who know that the most unsettling truths often hide in plain sight. Now settle in and turn down the lights. Tonight's story explores Project Pegasus and the children allegedly stolen from time itself. What do you think of this conspiracy theory? Do you believe government time travel experiments could be real? And what conspiracy should we dive into next? Drop your thoughts in the comments. This isn't just another theory. It's about the terrible price we pay when powerful people try to fold reality to their will. This is the story of Project Pegasus and the children who never truly came home. Callan Ward was 8 years old when he first died. Not died in the way most people understand death, with funeral homes and grief counsellors and flowers wilting on fresh graves. No, Callan died the way children die in government files, with rubber stamps and reclassification codes and parents who sign papers they don't understand because men in grey suits assure them it's for the greater good. It was September 1968, and the leaves in Albuquerque were just beginning to turn when Dr. Margaret Wessel knocked on the Ward family's door. She wore a conservative navy suit and carried a leather briefcase that smelled like expensive institutions. Her smile was the practiced kind that child psychologists learn in graduate school, warm enough to seem genuine but clinical enough to maintain professional distance. "Mrs. Ward," she said, extending a manicured hand. "I'm Dr. Wessel from the Federal Institute for Gifted Children. We've been reviewing your son's test scores." Callan's mother, Susan Ward, felt that familiar flutter of maternal pride mixed with concern. Callan had always been different. Not different in the obvious ways that worried teachers and guidance counsellors, but different in the quiet, unsettling ways that made babysitters uncomfortable, and other children keep their distance. He remembered things that hadn't happened yet. Not big things, not lottery numbers or natural disasters, but small moments that would unfold exactly as he described them days or weeks later. The way Mrs. Patterson next door would burn her casserole on Thursday evening, how the traffic light on Central Avenue would malfunction during the morning rush on October 3rd. Little threads of future knowledge that he couldn't explain and his parents couldn't dismiss. "Please," Susan said, stepping aside, "come in." Dr. Wessel settled into their living room with the ease of someone accustomed to making herself at home in other people's houses. She opened her briefcase and withdrew a manila folder thick with documents and psychological assessments. "Your son scored in the 99th percentile on our standardized testing," she began, her voice carrying the authority of someone who dealt in absolute certainties. "But more interesting than his intellectual capacity are the anomalous responses he provided during our temporal cognition assessment." "Temporal what?" Susan asked. "Time perception," Dr. Wessel explained. "We asked him to describe events from his past, and he provided detailed accounts of experiences that, according to your family history, never occurred. He spoke of visiting cities that don't exist, of conversations with people who died before he was born, of walking through your house when it had a completely different layout." Susan felt her chest tighten. She tried not to think about Callan's stories, the elaborate fantasies he'd spin about places he'd never been and people he'd never met. The child psychiatrist they'd consulted had dismissed them as an overactive imagination, the kind of creative storytelling that bright children sometimes use to process the world around them. But Dr. Wessel was looking at her with the intensity of someone who had found exactly what she was looking for. "Mrs. Ward, has your son ever mentioned the word folding in connection with these experiences?" The question hit Susan like cold water. Just last week, Callan had tried to explain to her how he'd gotten from his bedroom to the kitchen so quickly. "I folded," he'd said, with the matter-of-fact tone children use when describing something they consider perfectly normal. "Like when you fold paper, but with walking." "We have a program, Doctor," Wessel continued, "specifically designed for children who demonstrate these kinds of temporal perceptual anomalies. It's a residential program, highly specialised, with resources that simply aren't available in traditional educational settings." She opened the folder and withdrew a photograph of a modern facility nestled against red rock mesas. Clean lines, large windows, children playing in courtyards that looked more like resort gardens than institutional grounds. "We believe Callan has a very rare gift," Dr. Wessel said, "and with proper guidance, proper training, he could learn to harness abilities that most people can't even imagine." What Susan Ward didn't know, what none of the parents knew, was that Dr. Margaret Wessel had received her funding from a Defence Advanced Research Projects Agency, subcontractor called Temporal Dynamics Research. What she didn't know was that the beautiful facility in the photograph had been built on top of a much older installation, one that had been excavated from the desert floor using construction techniques borrowed from Project RAND and architectural principles that wouldn't be invented for another 30 years. What she couldn't have known was that when she signed the consent forms that Dr. Wessel placed in front of her, she was essentially selling her son to a program that would catalogue him as Asset PEG-06B and begin the process of systematically dismantling his sense of linear time. Callan went willingly. 8-year-olds don't have fully developed concepts of permanent separation, and Dr. Wessel had painted such an exciting picture of the specialised school he'd be attending. There would be other children like him, she promised. Children who understood what it meant to remember tomorrow or to recognise places they'd never been. The drive to the facility took 6 hours, winding through increasingly desolate stretches of New Mexico highway until they reached a checkpoint that didn't appear on any map. The guards wore military uniforms without insignia, and they examined Dr. Wessel's identification with the thoroughness of people accustomed to protecting secrets. "Where are we?" Callan asked as they passed through the final gate. "Home," Dr. Wessel said, but something in her voice had changed. The warm professionalism had been replaced by something colder, more clinical. "This is where you belong, Callan. This is where children like you come to become what they're meant to be." The facility was nothing like the photograph. Oh, the building itself was modern enough, all concrete and steel rising from the desert floor like a brutal geometric flower. But there were no gardens, no playgrounds, no signs of the kind of normal childhood activities that Dr. Wessel had promised. Instead, there were corridors. Long, windowless corridors that seemed to stretch further than the building's exterior dimensions should have allowed. The walls were painted an institutional green that reminded Callan of hospital rooms, and every 30 feet or so, heavy doors broke the monotony. Most of the doors had no handles on the corridor side. "The other children are in session right now," Dr. Wessel explained as she led him through the maze-like interior. "You'll meet them soon enough." They stopped in front of a door marked Intake Processing, and Dr. Wessel turned to face him with that same practiced smile. "Callan," she said, kneeling down to his eye level, "what I'm about to tell you is very important. The work we do here is special, secret. The games we play, the tests we take, the places we visit, none of that can be discussed with anyone outside this facility. Not your parents, not your friends from school, not anyone. Do you understand?" Callan nodded, though he didn't really understand at all. He was 8 years old, and the adult world was full of rules that didn't make sense to him anyway. "Good," Dr. Wessel said, standing up. "Now, let's go meet your new family." The intake room was small and sterile, with white walls and fluorescent lighting that made everything look slightly unreal. A man in a lab coat was waiting for them, clipboard in hand, his expression neutral in the way that medical professionals learn to maintain when dealing with subjects rather than patients. "This is Dr. Morrison," Dr. Wessel said. "He'll be conducting your initial assessment." Dr. Morrison nodded at Callan without warmth. "Please have a seat on the examination table," he said, gesturing to a padded table that looked more like something from a doctor's office than a school. What followed was unlike any test Callan had ever taken. Dr. Morrison showed him cards with symbols that seemed to shift and change when he looked at them directly. He played tones through headphones, strange harmonics that made Callan's teeth ache and his vision blur. He asked questions that didn't have right answers, questions about the colour of yesterday and the weight of next week. "Describe the room you slept in last night," Dr. Morrison said, making notes on his clipboard. "My bedroom at home," Callan answered. "Look again," Dr. Morrison said, and something in his voice made Callan close his eyes and really think about it. And suddenly he wasn't sure. Had he slept in his bedroom at home? Or had he been somewhere else? Somewhere with metal walls and the sound of machinery humming in the distance. I'm not sure," Callan said, and Dr. Morrison made another note. "That's perfectly normal, Doctor," Morrison assured him. "Memory is more flexible than most people realise. What matters is learning to navigate that flexibility. They took blood samples, they attached electrodes to his temples and monitored his brain activity, while he looked at more shifting cards. They gave him puzzles that couldn't be solved using normal logic, problems that required him to think around corners and through dimensions. And all the while, Dr. Morrison took notes. By the time the assessment was complete, the sun had set beyond the facility's small windows. Dr. Wessel led Callan through more corridors to a dormitory area, where 12 other children were seated around a common room that looked like it had been designed by someone who had read about childhood, but never actually experienced it. "Everyone," Dr. Wessel announced, "this is Callan. He'll be joining our family." The children looked up at him with expressions that ranged from curiosity to sympathy. They were all roughly his age, boys and girls with the kind of institutional haircuts and identical clothing that suggested they'd been here longer than they probably remembered. A girl with prematurely white hair and eyes that seemed much older than her face approached him. She opened her mouth as if to speak, then closed it again, shaking her head. "That's Nevi," said a boy with dark skin and careful movements. "She doesn't talk anymore, not since she came back from her third fold." "Third fold?" Callan asked. The boy looked at Dr. Wessel nervously. "We're not supposed to talk about the sessions," he said quickly. "It's all right, Marcus," Dr. Wessel said. "Callan will learn about the session soon enough. Tomorrow, in fact." She left them alone then, and the children gathered around Callan with the kind of desperate curiosity that comes from prolonged isolation. They asked him about the outside world, about his parents, about whether he remembered being recruited or if he'd just found himself here one day like some of them had. "Do you fold?" asked a small girl with blonde hair and nervous energy. I don't know what that means," Callan admitted. The children exchanged glances. "You will," Marcus said quietly. "We all do, eventually." That night, in a narrow bed in a room that smelled like antiseptic and industrial carpet, Callan lay awake and tried to remember the sequence of events that had brought him here. He remembered Dr. Wessel knocking on the door. He remembered his mother signing papers. He remembered the drive through the desert. But underneath those memories, like a half-remembered dream, was something else. The sense that he'd been here before, that he'd had this conversation with these children before, that he'd already lived through tomorrow and the day after that and the day after that. He closed his eyes and tried to fall back to his bedroom at home, tried to use whatever ability Dr. Wessel seemed to think he possessed. Instead, he found himself standing in a corridor he'd never seen before, looking at a door marked Chronoform Array, Authorized Personnel Only. The door was standing open. Beyond it, he could see a room filled with impossible machinery, banks of equipment that hummed with barely contained energy, and at the centre, a circular platform surrounded by what looked like mirrors made of darkness itself. A man in a lab coat was making adjustments to a control panel, muttering to himself as he worked. "Timeline integrity holding at 94%, the man said to someone Callan couldn't see. "Subject retention rates improving. We should be ready for Phase 2 trials within the month." Callan tried to step forward, tried to get a better look at the equipment, but the harder he concentrated, the more the scene began to fade around the edges. "Variant 6B showing spontaneous navigation events," the man said, and suddenly he was looking directly at Callan. "Bring him in for early introduction. He's already accessing the temporal manifold." The scene dissolved, and Callan found himself back in his narrow bed, heart racing, unsure whether he'd been dreaming or something else entirely. The next morning Dr. Morrison came for him before breakfast. "Ready for your first session, Callan?" he asked, and his smile was the kind that suggested the question was purely rhetorical. They walked through the corridors to a section of the facility that Callan hadn't seen during his intake tour. The walls here were different, made of some kind of metal that seemed to absorb sound rather than reflect it. Every few feet, thick cables ran along the ceiling, carrying power to destinations he couldn't see. "What are we going to do?" Callan asked. "We're going to help you become what you already are," Dr. Morrison replied. "You're going to learn to fold." The room they entered was the same one Callan had visited during his strange experience the night before. The Chronoform Array, Dr. Morrison called it, though he didn't explain what the name meant or how the equipment worked. "Stand on the platform, Doctor," Morrison instructed, gesturing to the circular area surrounded by the dark mirrors. Callan hesitated. Everything about the room felt wrong, dangerous in a way that his 8-year-old mind couldn't articulate, but his instincts recognised immediately. "It's all right, Doctor," Morrison said, his voice taking on that hypnotic quality the adults used when they wanted children to do something against their better judgment. "All the other children have done this. It's perfectly safe." But as Callan stepped onto the platform, he caught sight of something that Dr. Morrison probably hadn't intended for him to see. A clipboard hanging from one of the control panels, with what looked like a list of names and dates. Most of the entries had been marked with red ink. Beside several names, someone had written timeline displacement, subject lost, or psychic fragmentation, permanent. At the bottom of the list, in fresh blue ink, was his own name: Ward, Callan, Variant 6B, Temporal Retainer Classification. Below that, in Dr. Morrison's handwriting, high probability for anchor point functionality, approved for extended protocol. Dr. Morrison activated the equipment, and the dark mirrors began to hum with energy. The room filled with a sound like tuning forks made of lightning, and suddenly Callan could see himself reflected, not just in the mirrors around him, but in dozens of versions of the mirrors, stretching away into infinite recursive depths. "Focus on a place you remember," Dr. Morrison's voice came from somewhere far away. "Somewhere you've been before." Callan tried to think of his bedroom at home, but instead found himself remembering the corridor outside the chronoform array. Not the corridor as it existed now, but as it would exist later, with different lighting and different doors and children he hadn't met yet walking through it, with the blank expressions of people who had been somewhere they shouldn't have been. The mirrors flared with bright light, and suddenly Callan was no longer 8 years old. He was 12, standing in the same room, but the equipment was different, more advanced. Dr. Morrison was there, but older, with grey hair and lines around his eyes that spoke of years spent in underground facilities doing work that aged people, in ways that natural sunlight never could. Variant 6B, the older Dr. Morrison was saying to someone Callan couldn't see, continues to demonstrate exceptional retention of temporal anchor points. Unlike the other subjects, he seems to maintain continuity of memory across timeline shifts. Callan tried to speak, tried to tell Dr. Morrison that he could hear him, but no sound came out. He was observing, not participating. A ghost of his future self, watching conversations that hadn't happened yet but somehow already had. "That makes him dangerous," said a voice from off to the side. A woman's voice, familiar but older than it should have been. "If he can maintain memory integrity across folds, he might be able to piece together the full scope of the program." Dr. Morrison nodded. "Which is why we need to implement the containment protocol. Keep him folding, keep him confused about which timeline is primary. As long as he can't establish a stable point of reference, his retention abilities work for us rather than against us." The scene began to fade, and Callan felt himself being pulled backward through time, through the mirrors, through the machinery that bent reality like light through a prism. He was 8 again, standing on the platform with Doctor Morrison looking at him with undisguised fascination. "Remarkable," Dr. Morrison said, making notes on his clipboard. "Full navigation event on first exposure. Subject demonstrates clear type A temporal sensitivity." But Callan was no longer focused on Doctor Morrison or the equipment or the facility around him. He was focused on the memory of that older conversation, the implications of words like containment protocol and dangerous and timeline displacement. He was 8 years old, and he had just learned that he was going to be a prisoner for the rest of his life. The question was, which life? The children at the facility learned quickly not to talk about what happened during their sessions, not because they were explicitly forbidden from discussing the experiences, though they were, but because the words for what they experienced didn't exist in any language designed for linear time. How do you explain to someone that you spent your morning having a conversation with your grandfather, who died 3 years before you were born? How do you describe walking through your family's house when it had rooms that were never built, meeting siblings you'd never had, attending your own funeral while simultaneously celebrating your 10th birthday? Callan discovered that the other children had developed their own vocabulary for the impossible. They called it folding because that was the closest analogy their young minds could construct. Time wasn't a straight line that you moved along from past to future. It was more like a sheet of paper that could be creased and bent, bringing distant points into contact with each other. Most of the children could only fold forward or backward along their own personal timelines. They might spend a session experiencing their 15th birthday party or reliving a Halloween from when they were 5, but they remained anchored to their own existence, their own sequence of experiences. Callan was different. Dr. Morrison called him a temporal retainer, but what that meant in practical terms was that Callan could fold sideways. He could visit timelines where he had never been born, where history had unfolded differently, where the choices his parents had made led to entirely different outcomes. On his third day at the facility, during his second session in the chronoform array, he found himself in a version of 1968, where the Cuban Missile Crisis had escalated into nuclear war. The facility still existed, but it was staffed by scientists who wore radiation badges and worked under the assumption that the surface world was no longer habitable. In that timeline, the children weren't being trained to fold through time. They were being prepared for evacuation to a parallel reality where civilization hadn't destroyed itself. The question, Dr. Morrison was saying to his assistant, a thin woman named Doctor Keyes, is whether we can selectively transport consciousness while leaving physical matter behind. The energy requirements for full corporeal translation are simply too high. What about the children who don't survive the transition? Dr. Keyes asked. Acceptable losses, Dr. Morrison replied without hesitation. We're not running a humanitarian operation here. We're developing strategic capabilities for timeline warfare. Timeline warfare? The phrase stuck in Callan's mind as the session ended, and he found himself back in the primary reality, standing on the platform while Dr. Morrison made his routine notes about navigation events and anchor point stability. But now Callan understood what he was really participating in. This wasn't a program for gifted children. It was a weapons development project, and the children were both the test subjects and the weapons themselves. Over the following weeks, as his sessions continued and his ability to navigate across timelines grew stronger, Callan began to piece together the true scope of Project Pegasus. The official story, the one that Dr. Wessel had told his parents, was that they were studying temporal perception in children with unusual cognitive abilities. The goal, according to the documentation he glimpsed during his travels through alternate realities, was to develop strategic intelligence capabilities that could provide advance warning of enemy actions. The reality was far more ambitious and far more dangerous. Project Pegasus wasn't just studying time travel, it was attempting to weaponize causality itself. The children were being trained as temporal agents, living anchors who could be sent into alternate timelines to gather intelligence, sabotage enemy operations, and if necessary, prevent the existence of threats to American interests by altering the circumstances that created them. The facility, Callan learned during a fold that took him into a timeline where the project had been operational for several years longer, was designated Site Theta. It had been built using architectural principles borrowed from German scientists who had been working on similar projects during World War II, combined with theoretical frameworks developed by Nikola Tesla and refined by Bell Labs researchers who were trying to understand the relationship between consciousness and quantum mechanics. The chronoform array itself was a hybrid device, part conventional electronics, and part something that Dr. Morrison referred to in his private notes as xenotechnology. Callan never learned exactly what that meant, but during one of his deeper folds he caught a glimpse of technicians working on the array's central components. The core of the machine, the part that actually generated the temporal distortion field, wasn't built from materials that existed in normal industrial supply chains. It was organic, crystalline structures that pulsed with their own internal light, grown rather than manufactured, and maintained by specialists who wore environmental suits and communicated through hand signals even when they were alone. The substrate requires minimal human contact, he overheard one technician explaining to a visiting official during a fold that took him 6 months into his own future. Direct exposure to human neural patterns causes degradation of the temporal matrix. We've lost 3 cultivation chambers this month due to researcher contamination. But perhaps the most disturbing discovery Callan made during his explorations was the realization that he wasn't experiencing these alternate timelines in real time. The sessions were being recorded, catalogued, and analysed by teams of researchers who treated his consciousness like a remote probe. During each fold, microscopic monitoring devices tracked his neural activity, his physiological responses, and something Dr. Morrison called his quantum signature. They weren't just studying his ability to navigate alternate timelines. They were mapping those timelines, creating detailed intelligence reports based on his observations, and in some cases, using his presence in alternate realities to influence events in ways that benefited their primary timeline. Callan was 8 years old, and he had become an unwitting spy in a war that was being fought across infinite versions of reality. The other children were experiencing different aspects of the program. Marcus, the boy who had warned him about Nevi's inability to speak, was classified as a temporal scout. His sessions involved forward folding, experiencing potential futures and returning with information about likely outcomes. The researchers used his intelligence to make strategic decisions about everything from stock market investments to military deployments. A girl named Sarah Chen was designated a causal manipulator. Her sessions were focused on travelling backward along specific timelines and making minute changes that would cascade forward into significant alterations in the present. Moving a book from one shelf to another in 1943, causing a butterfly effect that prevented a particular researcher from making a discovery that would have led to Soviet advantages in the space race. Nevi Penn, the girl with the white hair who couldn't speak, was the most tragic case. She was classified as a temporal burn victim, a child who had folded too far, too often, and had become lost in the spaces between timelines. Her consciousness existed simultaneously across multiple realities, making linear communication impossible. She could see and hear everything that was happening in dozens of different versions of the facility, but she couldn't distinguish between them enough to focus on any single conversation. "She's still functional, Doctor," Morrison explained to Doctor. "Keys during a fold that took Callan into a timeline where the program had been running for 5 years instead of 5 months. Her intelligence value is actually higher than average because she can provide comparative analysis across multiple probability streams. We just can't extract the information through conventional debriefing methods." "What about the humanitarian concerns?" Dr. Keyes asked. "What about them?" Dr. Morrison replied. "She's contributing to national security in ways that would be impossible for a normal child. The fact that she can't participate in typical social interactions is irrelevant to her mission parameters." Callan began to understand that Nevi's condition wasn't an accident or an unfortunate side effect. It was a deliberately induced state, a way of creating a living intelligence asset who could observe multiple timelines simultaneously. She had been sacrificed to become a human surveillance system, and the researchers considered this a successful outcome. But the most chilling revelation came during a deep fold that took Callan into a timeline where Project Pegasus had been operational for over a decade. In that reality, the facility was much larger, with multiple underground levels and hundreds of children in various stages of temporal conditioning. The children who had been in the program the longest no longer looked entirely human. Their eyes had developed a quality that reminded Callan of the dark mirrors in the chronoform array, reflecting depths that seemed to contain entire worlds. Their movements were too precise, too coordinated, as if they were following choreography that existed in multiple dimensions simultaneously, and when they spoke, which was rare, they spoke in unison, not because they were trying to coordinate their words, but because they were sharing the same consciousness across multiple bodies. "The individual identity is an inefficiency," one of them explained to a group of newer children during what appeared to be an orientation session. "When you can exist across multiple timelines simultaneously, maintaining separate personalities for each iteration becomes counterproductive. Integration is the natural evolution of temporal consciousness." Dr. Morrison, older and greyer in this timeline, nodded approvingly. "The Phase 3 subjects represent the full potential of the Pegasus program," he told his assistants. "Complete temporal integration allows for perfect intelligence coordination across all probability streams. They are no longer limited by the cognitive constraints of linear existence." But they were also no longer children in any meaningful sense. They had become something else, something that used the bodies and memories of children to house a distributed intelligence that existed outside normal concepts of individual identity. And Callan realised, with the kind of bone-deep terror that only 8-year-olds can experience, that this was what Dr. Morrison meant when he talked about his high probability for anchor point functionality. They weren't trying to train him to travel through time. They were trying to turn him into a living nexus point, a consciousness that could exist across multiple timelines simultaneously and coordinate intelligence operations across infinite versions of reality. The session ended abruptly, yanking him back to his primary timeline with enough force to leave him disoriented and nauseous. Dr. Morrison was standing over him, clipboard in hand, but his expression was different, more intense, more focused. "Interesting," he murmured, making notes. "Spontaneous deep-fold navigation. Subject-accessed probability streams at least 7 standard deviations from baseline reality." He looked at Callan with the same expression a collector might use when examining a particularly rare specimen. "I think you're ready for Phase 2 protocols," Dr. Morrison said. That night, back in the dormitory, Callan tried to warn the other children about what he'd learned, but the words wouldn't come. Not because he was afraid of breaking the facility's rules, but because every time he tried to describe what he'd seen, the memories became fuzzy and indistinct. It was Marcus who finally explained what was happening. "They dose our food," he whispered during the brief period after lights out when the monitors couldn't pick up quiet conversations. "Something that makes it hard to remember the bad stuff. Hard to put together patterns that might make us want to escape." "But I can remember," Callan insisted. "Not for long," Marcus said sadly. "The deeper you go, the stronger the doses get. Eventually you'll forget that you ever wanted to remember." Callan lay awake that night, trying to hold on to the knowledge he'd gained, trying to burn the images of the Phase 3 subjects into his memory so deeply that no amount of chemical interference could erase them. But he could already feel the details beginning to fade around the edges. The conversations became less distinct. The faces of the integrated children became harder to visualize. By morning he retained only a vague sense of unease and the absolute certainty that he needed to find a way to escape before Phase 2 protocols began. The problem was that escape from Site Theta didn't just mean finding a way out of the facility. It meant finding a way back to a timeline where he had never been recruited in the first place. And as Dr. Morrison had noted with such professional satisfaction, Callan was classified as a temporal retainer. His ability to maintain continuity of memory across timeline shifts was exactly what made him valuable to the program. It was also, he was beginning to realize, exactly what made escape impossible. 2023, Colorado Springs. Callan Ward had learned to live with the gaps. 55 years old, working as a senior archivist for temporal dynamics research, a defense contractor that specialized in what their brochures euphemistically called advanced cognitive modeling. Most days he could almost convince himself that the fragments of memory that didn't quite fit were just the normal detritus of a childhood spent in too many different foster homes. Almost. The official story, the one in his personnel file and medical records, was straightforward enough. His parents had died in a car accident when he was 8. He'd spent the next 10 years bouncing between state facilities and temporary placements before aging out of the system and somehow managing to piece together enough of an education to qualify for archival work. The gaps were where that story fell apart. Whole months that he couldn't account for, skills he couldn't remember learning, like the ability to read technical documents in German and Russian, or his inexplicable familiarity with quantum mechanics concepts that hadn't been taught in any of the colleges he'd supposedly attended. And then there were the dreams. Not normal dreams, but precise, detailed experiences that felt more like memories from someone else's life. Corridors with green walls and the smell of antiseptic. Other children who spoke in whispers about folding time. A man in a lab coat who made notes on a clipboard while children disappeared into rooms that hummed with barely contained energy. Callan had learned not to talk about the dreams. The few times he'd mentioned them to therapists or doctors, he'd found himself scheduled for psychological evaluations and medication trials that made the gaps in his memory even wider. So he'd adapted. He'd become very good at his job, very good at organising and categorising information, very good at living quietly in a world that seemed to be constantly on the verge of revealing secrets he wasn't sure he wanted to know. The misfiled document arrived on a Tuesday morning in October, buried in a batch of declassified materials that were being transferred to digital archives. Most of the documents were routine, the kind of bureaucratic paperwork that defence contractors generated in massive quantities: budget reports, personnel evaluations, technical specifications for projects that had been cancelled decades ago. But one document was different. It was marked with a security classification that Callan didn't recognise, and the header indicated that it was part of something called Project Pegasus, Longitudinal Assessment Protocol. The document was heavily redacted, with entire paragraphs blacked out, but enough text remained visible to make Callan's hands shake as he read it. Fold reintroduction events have increased by 34% over the previous assessment period, the document began. Survival rates among time-exposed miners continue to track within acceptable parameters, though long-term cognitive stability remains a concern for subjects classified as temporal retainers. Further down the page, a section titled Asset Status Review contained a partial list of names and identification codes. Most of the names had been redacted, but one entry was still visible. Ward, Callan, PEG06B, Temporal Retainer Classification, Status, Integrated/Monitor. Below that, in smaller text, subject demonstrates continued anchor point functionality in adult phase. Recommend continued passive observation and periodic reactivation protocols as needed for strategic timeline management. Callan read the document 3 times before the implications fully sank in. He wasn't just an archivist who happened to work for a defence contractor. He was an asset being monitored by the same people who employed him. His job, his life, his carefully constructed sense of normalcy were all part of some kind of ongoing operation. He printed the document and slipped it into his jacket pocket, then spent the rest of the day trying to appear normal while his mind raced through the implications. When he got home that evening, he spread the pages across his kitchen table and began to search for additional information online. Most searches led nowhere. Project Pegasus, when it appeared in search results at all, was described as a Cold War-era intelligence program that had been discontinued in the 1970s. But buried in conspiracy theory forums and whistleblower websites, Callan found references to something much more extensive. A user called AROAN_76 had posted a series of detailed accounts about government time travel experiments involving children. The posts were written with the kind of specific technical detail that suggested first-hand knowledge, but they were buried among so much disinformation and paranoid speculation that most readers probably dismissed them as elaborate fiction. Callan read through the entire thread, and with each post more fragments of his suppressed memories began to surface. The descriptions of the facility, the equipment, the procedures, they matched his dreams with unsettling precision. At the bottom of the thread, AROAN_76 had posted a warning. They're pulling us back in. Echo nodes are active. If you remember the green corridors, if you remember the man with the clipboard, if you wake up knowing things you shouldn't know, they're not done with you. They were never done with any of us. Attached to the post was an image that made Callan's vision blur. A spiral symbol folding in on itself, the same design he remembered seeing etched into corridor walls in his dreams. That night he barely slept. When he did manage to drift off, he found himself 8 years old again, standing in a room full of impossible machinery, while Dr. Morrison explained that time was just another dimension to be navigated. But now the dreams had context. They weren't just random neural misfiring or childhood trauma. They were memories that someone had tried very hard to make him forget. The next morning, Callan received an email from an address he didn't recognise. The subject line was simply Timeline Integrity Alert, and the message contained only a few lines of text. Callan Ward, PEG06B, Spontaneous Memory Recovery Detected. Report for reintegration protocols immediately. Failure to comply will result in forced temporal extraction. The email was signed with the same spiral symbol from ARROAN_76's post. Callan stared at the message for a long time. understanding finally that his quiet life in Colorado Springs had been an illusion. He wasn't a former foster child who had overcome difficult circumstances to build a normal life. He was a sleeper asset who had been allowed to maintain the pretense of normalcy as long as he remained dormant. But something had changed. Something had awakened the memories they had worked so hard to suppress, and now they wanted him back. He deleted the email and spent the rest of the day researching everything he could find about temporal mechanics and consciousness transfer. If Project Pegasus was real, if the technology existed to fold through time and across timelines, then maybe there was a way to escape their control permanently. That evening he received a second email from AROAN_76:. Don't trust the reintegration protocols, they're not trying to help you remember. They're trying to make you forget that you ever wanted to escape. Meet me tomorrow at the coordinates below. Come alone, and don't use any electronic devices to navigate, they're tracking everything. The coordinates led to a remote location in the mountains west of Colorado Springs, a place that didn't appear on any tourist maps or hiking guides. Callan drove there using a paper map he'd bought at a gas station, taking a circuitous route that he hoped would make him harder to track. The meeting point was an abandoned ranger station that looked like it had been empty for decades, but when Callan arrived, he found that someone had been using it recently. There were fresh tyre tracks in the dirt, and through the windows he could see that the interior had been converted into some kind of improvised laboratory. A woman emerged from the building as he parked. She was roughly his age, with prematurely grey hair and the kind of intense, hyper-vigilant expression that came from years of looking over one's shoulder. "Callan Ward," she said, extending her hand. "I'm a drill corps. Most people call me Pen." The name triggered another cascade of recovered memories. A girl with dark hair and careful movements, someone who had tried to warn him about the nature of their situation during those first terrible weeks at the facility. "You were there," he said, "at Site Theta." "We all were," Penn replied. "Those of us who survived, anyway. I've been tracking down other Pegasus survivors for the past 15 years. You're the first temporal retainer I've been able to locate who still has functional memory integration." She led him into the ranger station, which had been converted into a sophisticated research facility. Banks of computer equipment lined the walls, connected to sensors and monitoring devices that Callan didn't recognize. In the center of the room, a circular platform had been constructed from what looked like salvaged electronics and crystalline components that pulsed with their own internal light. "Is that what I think it is?" Callan asked. "A reverse-engineered chronoform array," Penn confirmed. "Took me 8 years to build using components I acquired from various government facilities. It's not as sophisticated as the original equipment, but it should be sufficient for what we need to do." "Which is?" Penn activated a computer terminal and brought up a series of technical diagrams that looked like blueprints for reality itself. "Project Pegasus didn't end when the Cold War ended," she explained. "It went black, moved underground, and continued developing. The children they experimented on in the 1960s and 70s were just the prototype phase. Now they're recruiting adults, people with latent temporal sensitivity who can be activated when needed." She pulled up a world map covered with blinking dots. "These are confirmed Pegasus assets," she said. "Thousands of them all over the world. Most don't know what they are. They live normal lives, work normal jobs, raise normal families, but when the activation protocols are triggered, they become human weapons in a war that's being fought across multiple timelines simultaneously." "What kind of war?" "The kind where victory means controlling not just what happens, but what could have happened," Penn said. "Imagine being able to prevent your enemies from ever existing by altering the circumstances that led to their birth. Imagine being able to steal technology from alternate timelines, where development took different paths. Imagine being able to test military strategies in parallel realities before implementing them in your primary timeline." The scope of what she was describing was almost impossible to comprehend. A shadow conflict being waged across infinite versions of reality, with human consciousness being used as both weapons and ammunition. "You're a tether, Callan," Penn continued. "Your ability to maintain memory continuity across timeline shifts makes you an anchor point. They can use you to establish stable reference points in alternate realities, allowing them to send teams of agents into timelines that would otherwise be too unstable to navigate. So why haven't they activated me? They have, Penn said quietly. Multiple times. The gaps in your memory, the skills you can't remember learning, the dreams that feel like someone else's experiences, those are all evidence of activation events. You've been folding for them for decades, gathering intelligence, sabotaging enemy operations, helping them map alternate timelines. You just don't remember it because they wipe your memory after each mission. The revelation hit Callan like a physical blow. His entire adult life, everything he thought he knew about himself had been a carefully constructed lie. He wasn't a survivor who had escaped from a childhood of government experimentation. He was still a subject, still being used, still trapped in a program that had expanded far beyond anything the original researchers could have imagined. "There's more," Penn said, her voice taking on an edge of urgency. "The reason they're trying to bring you in for reintegration protocols isn't just because your memories are returning. It's because something has gone wrong with their timeline management system." She brought up another display, this one showing what looked like a three-dimensional map of intersecting probability streams. "Reality is more fragile than most people realize," she explained. "Every major decision, every significant event creates branch points where history splits into multiple possible outcomes. Normally, these alternate timelines exist in parallel without interfering with each other. But Project Pegasus has been sending agents across timeline boundaries for so long that they've created instabilities in the quantum substrate that underlies all possible realities." The map showed areas where the probability streams were beginning to converge, timelines bleeding into each other in ways that violated the fundamental laws of causality. "Timeline collapse events," Penn said. "Moments where multiple versions of reality try to occupy the same space simultaneously. When that happens, the contradictions create paradox cascades that can unravel entire probability matrices." What does that mean in practical terms? It means that unless something is done to stabilize the timeline structure, we're looking at the potential collapse of consensus reality. Not just our timeline, but all possible timelines. A return to quantum chaos that would essentially erase the concept of existence itself. Callan felt a familiar sensation, the disorienting shift that he'd learned to associate with involuntary folding. But this time, instead of finding himself in an alternate version of his current location, he was standing in a vast chamber that he recognized as an expanded version of the chronoform array facility. The equipment was massive now, filling a space the size of an aircraft hangar. Hundreds of technicians in environmental suits worked at control stations that monitored probability streams across thousands of parallel timelines. At the center of the chamber, a platform held not just one or two children, but dozens of figures connected to the machinery by cables that pulsed with temporal energy. But the figures weren't children anymore. They were adults, men and women of various ages, all standing motionless with the same distant expression that Callan remembered seeing on the Phase 3 subjects from his childhood visions. And standing among them, connected to the central control matrix by a bundle of neural interface cables, was an older version of himself. The adult Callan's eyes were the same dark mirror quality that Callan remembered from the integrated children. When he spoke, his voice carried harmonics that suggested he was speaking for multiple versions of himself simultaneously. "Timeline collapse probability has increased to 78%, the adult Callan reported to the technicians. Recommend immediate implementation of Omega protocols." "Omega protocols will require sacrifice of at least 60% of current assets," a technician replied. "Acceptable losses," the adult Callan said without emotion. "Preservation of primary timeline takes precedence over individual asset retention." The vision ended abruptly, snapping Callan back to the abandoned ranger station, where Penn was watching him with concerned eyes. "Spontaneous navigation event?" she asked. "I saw myself," Callan said, his voice shaking. "Older, integrated into their system. I was helping them plan something called Omega protocols." Penn's expression darkened. "That confirms what I was afraid of," she said. "They're not just trying to reactivate you. They're trying to integrate you permanently, turn you into one of their human control nodes. The Omega protocols are their contingency plan for timeline collapse. Instead of trying to stabilize the probability matrix, They're planning to sacrifice most of the alternate timelines to preserve their primary reality. How many people are we talking about? Everyone who exists in the timelines they're planning to abandon, Penn said. Billions of people across thousands of parallel realities. They'll all just stop existing. Retroactively erased from the quantum substrate as if they had never been born. The magnitude of what Penn was describing was almost impossible to process. Not just genocide, but the erasure of entire universes worth of human experience and potential. We have to stop them, Kalen said. We're going to try, Penn replied, but it's going to require you to do something that's never been attempted before. Instead of folding into alternate timelines, we need you to fold into the quantum substrate itself. Find the original branching point where Project Pegasus first began manipulating timeline integrity and alter the circumstances that allowed them to develop temporal manipulation technology in the first place. She gestured to the improvised chronoform array in the centre of the room. This equipment should be able to send you deep enough into the probability matrix to reach what we call the origin point. But I have to warn you, there's no guarantee you'll be able to return, and even if you succeed, the timeline you return to might be so different from this one that you won't recognise it. Callan looked at the platform, remembering all the times he'd stood on similar devices as a child, never understanding the true purpose of what was being done to him. "What about you?" he asked. "What happens to you if I change the original timeline?" Penn smiled sadly. "If you succeed, I'll never have been recruited by Project Pegasus. I'll have grown up normally, probably become a mathematician or a physicist, maybe gotten married and had kids. I won't remember any of this because none of this will have happened." "You're asking me to erase your entire life." "I'm asking you to give me the life I should have had," Penn corrected. "The life that was stolen from me when I was 8 years old, just like yours was stolen from you." She activated the equipment, and the crystalline components began to glow with the familiar temporal energy that Callan remembered from his childhood sessions. "There's one more thing you need to know," Penn said as the array powered up. "The reason you're able to maintain memory continuity across timeline shifts isn't just because of your natural temporal sensitivity. It's because you were the first successful subject, the prototype for all the others. Dr. Morrison used experimental techniques on you that he never used on any of the other children." "What kind of techniques?" "He integrated quantum substrate material directly into your neural matrix," Penn said. "Part of your consciousness exists outside normal space-time, which is why you can anchor across multiple timelines simultaneously. But it also means that if you go deep enough into the probability matrix, you might discover that you're not entirely human anymore." The array reached full power, and Callan could feel the familiar sensation of reality becoming fluid around him. "Whatever you find at the origin point," Penn said, "remember that your humanity isn't defined by your biology. It's defined by your choices." Callan stepped onto the platform, feeling the temporal field envelop him like warm water. But instead of folding into another timeline, he found himself sinking deeper, past the surface layer of alternate realities and into the underlying quantum structure that supported all possible worlds. The descent through the probability matrix was unlike anything Callan had experienced during his years of involuntary folding. Instead of stepping sideways into alternate versions of familiar realities, he was falling backward through the architecture of causality itself, past the decision points and branching moments that had shaped not just his own existence, but the existence of everyone who had ever lived. He saw the moment when Project Pegasus had first achieved stable temporal navigation. The year was 1962, and a team of researchers working under Dr. Morrison's supervision had successfully sent a small object exactly 37 seconds into the past. The object was a simple metal sphere, unremarkable except for the fact that it arrived in the past before it had been sent, creating the first artificial paradox in recorded history. But the paradox hadn't collapsed reality as the researchers had expected. Instead, it had created a branch point, a moment where the timeline split into two parallel streams. In one stream, the experiment failed and the sphere was destroyed. In the other, the experiment succeeded and opened the door to everything that followed. Callan watched as Dr. Morrison and his team realised what they had accomplished. Not just time travel, but the ability to create alternate realities through conscious manipulation of causal events. "We're not just observers anymore," Dr. Morrison said to his assembled team. "We're architects. We can build new possibilities, new worlds, new histories. The only question is whether we have the courage to use this power responsibly." But even as he spoke, Callan could see the moment when responsibility was abandoned in favour of strategic advantage. A phone call from Pentagon officials who wanted to know whether the technology could be weaponized. A series of meetings where humanitarian concerns were dismissed as obstacles to national security. The decision to use children as test subjects came 6 years later, after dozens of adult volunteers had been driven insane by exposure to temporal distortion fields. The researchers discovered that young minds were more adaptable, more capable of maintaining psychological coherence while experiencing contradictory realities. Callan watched his 8-year-old self being recruited, watched his parents signing consent forms for what they thought was an advanced educational program. He saw Dr. Wessel's practiced deception, the carefully constructed lie that had separated him from his family and delivered him to sight theatre. But as he continued his descent through the probability matrix, he began to encounter something unexpected. Memories that weren't his own, experiences that belonged to other versions of himself from timelines where Project Pegasus had developed differently. In one timeline, the program had been exposed by whistleblowers in 1971, leading to congressional investigations and the prosecution of everyone involved. The children had been returned to their families, and extensive therapy had helped most of them recover from their experiences. In another timeline, the program had been expanded to include adults, creating a generation of temporal agents who had prevented nuclear war by eliminating hostile world leaders before they could rise to power. In a third timeline, the technology had been shared with other nations, leading to an arms race in timeline manipulation that had ultimately resulted in the fragmentation of reality into thousands of competing probability streams. But in every timeline, in every possible version of events, there was one constant: his own presence at the centre of the program. No matter how the details changed, no matter what decisions were made by the researchers or government officials, Callan Ward was always recruited, always designated as Variant 6B, always transformed into a temporal retainer. It was as if his involvement wasn't a consequence of the program's development, but a prerequisite for its existence. The realization hit him as he reached the deepest levels of the probability matrix. He wasn't just a victim of Project Pegasus. He was its foundation. The quantum substrate material that Dr. Morrison had integrated into his neural matrix wasn't technology that had been developed by human researchers. It was part of his original nature, a fragment of the underlying structure of reality that had somehow become incarnated in human form. He wasn't a child who had been transformed into a temporal anchor. He was a temporal anchor who had been given the illusion of childhood, of humanity, of individual identity. The memories of his life before Sight Theta, the parents who had supposedly died in a car crash, the normal childhood that had been interrupted by Dr. Wessel's recruitment, all of it was fabricated. Implanted memories designed to give him a sense of human identity that would make him easier to control. His real nature was something far stranger and far more dangerous than anything the Project Pegasus researchers had imagined. He was a living embodiment of the quantum uncertainty that allowed for the existence of multiple timelines. His consciousness was the mechanism by which reality branched and diverged, creating new possibilities through the simple act of observation. And now, by bringing him to this depth in the probability matrix, Penn had inadvertently given him access to his true nature. Callan found himself standing in a space that wasn't quite a place, surrounded by the fundamental forces that shaped all possible worlds. He could see the entire structure of reality laid out before him, like a vast three-dimensional web, with himself at the centre. Every decision he had ever made, every thought he had ever entertained, every dream he had ever experienced had created new branches in the probability matrix. His very existence was the engine that drove the expansion of the multiverse. But the Project Pegasus researchers had tried to harness that power, to control and direct it for their own purposes. By suppressing his memories and manipulating his consciousness, They created artificial constraints on his natural function. Instead of allowing reality to branch freely, they had forced it into increasingly narrow channels, creating the instabilities that were now threatening to collapse the entire system. The Omega protocols that he had seen in his vision weren't just a plan to sacrifice alternate timelines. They were an attempt to use his power to force reality into a single, stable configuration. They wanted to eliminate the quantum uncertainty that was his essence, turning the infinite possibilities of the multiverse into one fixed, controllable outcome. It would work, but at a cost that went beyond the erasure of billions of lives across thousands of timelines. It would mean the end of growth, of change, of new possibilities. Reality would become static, frozen in whatever configuration the Project Pegasus administrators deemed most beneficial to their interests. Callan understood now why Penn had sent him to the origin point. It wasn't to change the past, because the past was just another branch of the probability matrix that he could navigate at will. It was to reclaim his true nature, to remember what he really was beneath the layers of artificial identity that had been imposed on him. But with that understanding came a terrible choice. He could use his power to collapse the probability matrix, eliminating the instabilities by forcing all timelines to converge into a single reality. It would save the lives of everyone in the surviving timeline, but it would also mean accepting the role that Project Pegasus had designed for him. He would become their ultimate weapon, a godlike entity who could reshape reality according to their specifications. Or he could embrace his true nature as an agent of quantum uncertainty, allowing the probability matrix to expand freely, even if it meant accepting the risk of timeline collapse. It would preserve the infinite potential of the multiverse, but it might also result in the destruction of every reality that currently existed. As he contemplated the choice, Callan became aware that he wasn't alone in the space between spaces. Other presences surrounded him, entities that shared his nature, but had made different choices when faced with similar dilemmas. Some had chosen stability, becoming the fixed points around which their respective multiverses had crystallized. They existed as eternal, unchanging observers, maintaining the coherence of reality through the sacrifice of their own growth and development. Others had chosen chaos, embracing their role as agents of change and uncertainty. They moved through the probability matrix like storms, creating new possibilities wherever they went but leaving destruction in their wake. But there was a third option, one that none of the other entities had discovered because it required something that they lacked: genuine human experience. Callan had been given the illusion of humanity, but over the decades of his manipulated life, that illusion had become real. His connections to other people, his capacity for empathy and compassion, his understanding of what it meant to suffer and hope and dream, these were not part of his original nature, but they had become part of who he was. And that human component of his identity suggested a different approach to the crisis threatening the multiverse. Instead of imposing order or embracing chaos, he could work to establish balance. He could use his power to stabilize the most critical timeline structures while still allowing for the creation of new possibilities. It would require constant attention, constant adjustment, but it would preserve both the safety of existing realities and the potential for future growth. But it would also mean abandoning any hope of returning to a normal human life. He would have to exist permanently in the space between timelines, serving as a conscious mediator between order and chaos. Callan thought about Penn, waiting in the abandoned ranger station with her improvised array. She had sacrificed everything to give him this opportunity, fully expecting that her own existence would be erased in the process. She had chosen to trust him with the fate of infinite realities, believing that his humanity would guide him to make the right decision. He thought about the other Pegasus survivors, scattered across the world, most of them unaware of their true nature, or the role they had been forced to play in a cosmic conflict. They deserved the chance to live normal lives, to discover who they might have been without the interference of government experiments. He thought about the billions of people across thousands of timelines who would simply cease to exist if the Omega protocols were implemented. They had done nothing wrong, except have the misfortune to exist in realities that Project Pegasus considered expendable. And he thought about Dr. Morrison, and the other researchers who had spent decades trying to control forces they didn't understand, transforming children into weapons in a war that threatened the very foundation of existence itself. The choice, when it came, felt surprisingly simple. Callan reached out with his consciousness and began to reshape the probability matrix, not by imposing his will upon it, but by working with its natural patterns and tendencies. He identified the critical stress points where timeline instabilities were most severe, and began to ease the tensions that had been created by decades of artificial manipulation. It was delicate work, requiring him to make thousands of minute adjustments across multiple dimensions of possibility. But as he worked, he could feel the system beginning to stabilize. The risk of cascade collapse diminished, replaced by a more natural pattern of branching and convergence. At the same time, he reached out to the other Pegasus assets around the world, gently severing the artificial connections that bound them to the project's control systems. One by one, he gave them back their freedom, allowing them to remember their true histories and make their own choices about how to use their abilities. Some chose to forget, using their temporal sensitivity to fold into timelines where they had never been recruited in the first place. Others chose to remember, but to live quiet lives away from the conflicts that had defined their childhoods. A few chose to work actively against the remnants of the program, using their abilities to expose the truth about what had been done to them. Finally, he turned his attention to Site Theta and the other Project Pegasus facilities around the world. Instead of destroying them outright, which might have created additional instabilities in the probability matrix, he simply made them irrelevant. He altered the fundamental constants of their local space-time, making it impossible for their equipment to achieve temporal navigation. Dr. Morrison and his colleagues found themselves working with machines that no longer functioned, studying theories that no longer applied, pursuing goals that no longer made sense. Without the ability to manipulate timelines, Project Pegasus became just another failed defense program, quietly defunded and forgotten. As Callan completed his work, he felt the probability matrix settling into a new configuration. It was more stable than it had been in decades, but it still retained the capacity for growth and change. New possibilities continued to emerge, new timelines continued to branch off from critical decision points, but the artificial stresses that had threatened to tear the system apart had been eliminated. The work was finished, but Callan realized that his job was not. Maintaining the balance between order and chaos would require constant vigilance, constant adjustment. He would have to remain in the space between timelines, serving as a guardian of the multiverse, but he wouldn't have to do it alone. As he prepared to take up his new role, Callan felt the presence of other entities like himself, other fragments of quantum consciousness that had chosen to embrace their nature while retaining their humanity. Together, they would work to preserve the infinite possibilities of existence, ensuring that the multiverse remained a place where all potential futures could coexist. It was not the life he had expected to live, but it was a life with meaning. And after decades of being used as a weapon in conflicts he didn't understand, the opportunity to protect rather than destroy felt like a kind of redemption. Penn waited in the abandoned ranger station for 3 days before accepting that Callan wasn't coming back. The improvised chronoform array had shut down automatically after his departure, its jury-rigged components overloaded by the energy requirements of sending someone into the deepest levels of the probability matrix. She had expected this outcome. Deep-fold navigation was a one-way journey under the best of circumstances, and the equipment she had managed to assemble was far from optimal. But as the hours passed without any sign of Callan's return, she found herself hoping against logic that somehow he had found a way to survive the process. On the 4th morning, as she was preparing to abandon the station and return to her life in hiding, the array suddenly reactivated itself. But instead of Callan materializing on the platform, Penn found herself receiving a transmission that bypassed the equipment entirely and spoke directly to her consciousness. "Adriel Penn," the voice said, and she recognized it as Callan's, though it carried harmonics that suggested he was speaking from a place outside normal space-time. "The work is complete. The timeline instabilities have been resolved, and Project Pegasus has been neutralized." "Are you alive?" Penn asked, though she wasn't sure if she was speaking aloud or simply thinking the words. "I exist," Callan replied. Not in the way I did before, but in a way that allows me to fulfill my true purpose. The multiverse is safe, and the children who were taken will have the chance to live the lives they should have had. Penn felt a strange sensation, as if reality was shifting around her without actually changing. The ranger station looked the same, her equipment was still functioning, but something fundamental had altered in ways that were difficult to quantify. "What about me?" she asked. "What happens to the life I've built?" "You have a choice," Kalen said. "You can remain in this timeline where you escaped from Project Pegasus and spent years working to expose the truth, or you can fold into a timeline where the program never existed, where you grew up normally and became the person you were meant to be." Penn considered the offer. The life she'd built was hard, lonely, defined by paranoia and the constant fear of discovery. But it was her life, shaped by her choices and her determination to fight against the forces that had victimized her. "If I stay in this timeline," she said, "what will I do? My life's work was stopping Project Pegasus. If it's already been neutralized..." "There are other programs," Kalen said sadly. "Other organizations that think human consciousness is just another resource to be exploited. The world will always need people who are willing to stand guard against those who would abuse power." Penn nodded, understanding that her work wasn't finished even if this particular battle had been won. "I'll stay," she said. "Someone needs to watch for the next Project Pegasus." "I thought you might choose that," Kellen said, and she could hear something like affection in his voice. "You always were the most stubborn of us." The transmission began to fade, but before it ended completely, Penn heard one final message. "Thank you, Adriel, for everything, for refusing to give up, for finding a way to reach me, for trusting me with the choice. You gave me back my humanity when I needed it most." And then he was gone, leaving Penn alone in the ranger station with her equipment and her memories, and the knowledge that somewhere in the space between timelines, a friend was standing guard over infinite possibilities. She began dismantling the array, preparing to return to the world and find new ways to protect people from those who would exploit their vulnerabilities. It wasn't the ending she had expected, but it was an ending she could live with. Meanwhile, in a small house in Colorado Springs, a middle-aged archivist named Callan Ward woke up from a dream about corridors and green walls and a man with a clipboard. For a moment, the images were vivid and disturbing, carrying the weight of genuine memory. But as consciousness fully returned, the dream faded to manageable proportions. Just another anxiety nightmare, probably triggered by work stress and too much caffeine. He got up, made coffee, and prepared for another day of organising and cataloguing information for temporal dynamics research. It was quiet work, predictable work, exactly the kind of life he had always wanted. And if sometimes he found himself pausing in his work, staring out the window with the inexplicable feeling that he had forgotten something important, well, that was probably just the normal human experience of aging. Everyone felt like that sometimes. Everyone wondered what might have been. 6 months after the timeline stabilization, anomalies began to appear in government databases around the world. Documents related to Project Pegasus were mysteriously corrupted, their files replaced with poetry written in languages that didn't exist. Personnel records for researchers who had worked on temporal manipulation projects were found to contain impossible information. Birth dates in the future, death certificates for people who were still alive, employment histories that spanned negative amounts of time. Dr. Morrison, now 73 years old and officially retired from government service, received a package at his home in suburban Virginia. Inside was a single photograph. A group of children standing in front of a facility that looked familiar but couldn't quite place. On the back, someone had written, "Thank you for everything. We forgave you long ago." He stared at the photograph for hours, trying to remember why the children's faces seemed so important, why the building in the background triggered such a profound sense of loss. But the memories wouldn't come. There was just an ache. He sensed that something significant had been lost, though he couldn't say what. Around the world, other former Project Pegasus personnel experienced similar moments of inexplicable nostalgia. They would pause in the middle of routine activities, overcome by the feeling that they had forgotten something crucial. Some reported dreams about children who could walk through time, about machines that bent reality like light through a prism. But when they tried to research these dreams, they found nothing. No government programs matching their vague recollections, no scientific theories that explained the impossible technologies they remembered, no evidence that any of it had ever existed. The children, meanwhile, lived their lives. In Seattle, a software engineer named Marcus Williams paused during a late-night coding session, overcome by the strangest sense of déjà vu. For just a moment, he could have sworn he remembered being 8 years old in a place that smelled like antiseptic, talking to other children about folding time. But the moment passed, and he returned to his work, chalking up the odd sensation to too much caffeine and not enough sleep. In Boston, Dr. Sarah Chen finished her residency in pediatric psychiatry and began specialising in children who reported memories of places they had never been. Her colleagues thought it was an unusual focus, but Sarah felt drawn to these cases with an intensity she couldn't explain. When she worked with these children, helping them distinguish between memory and imagination, she sometimes felt like she was remembering something herself. Something about the importance of protecting children from adults who saw them as resources rather than people. In Phoenix, a woman named Nevi Penn taught sign language at a school for deaf children. She had been mute since birth, according to her medical records, but she had developed a remarkable ability to communicate with children who had experienced trauma. Sometimes, when she was working with a particularly troubled child, she would feel the strangest sense that she had been in their position once, that she had experienced something so overwhelming that words had become insufficient. But she couldn't remember what that experience might have been, and her medical records showed no evidence of childhood trauma. And in Colorado Springs, Callan Ward continued his work as an archivist, organising and cataloguing information with a precision that his colleagues found almost supernatural. He had a gift for recognising patterns, for understanding how seemingly unrelated pieces of information connected to form larger pictures. It was a useful skill in his profession, though sometimes it made him uncomfortable. When he looked at certain government documents, particularly anything related to research into consciousness or perception, he would feel a chill that he couldn't explain, as if somewhere in the back of his mind a part of him remembered what it was like to be the subject of such research, rather than just the person filing the paperwork. But those moments were rare, and they passed quickly. Most of the time, Callan was content with his quiet life, his orderly work, his sense that the world was fundamentally safe and predictable. He never suspected that his contentment was being maintained by a version of himself that existed outside time, carefully adjusting the probability streams to ensure that the wounds inflicted by Project Pegasus could heal without leaving scars. In the space between timelines, where cause and effect become suggestions rather than laws, Callan Ward maintained his eternal vigil. He existed now as pure consciousness distributed across the quantum substrate, simultaneously everywhere and nowhere, watching over the infinite branches of possibility that comprised the multiverse. It was not a lonely existence, though it might have appeared so to an outside observer. He was connected to every living thing across all timelines, able to sense the hopes and fears and dreams of billions of people who would never know of his sacrifice. Their lives were his purpose, their potential his responsibility. Sometimes he would focus his attention on the world where his other self worked as an archivist, the timeline where Project Pegasus had been gently erased from history rather than dramatically destroyed. He took satisfaction in seeing that version of himself living peacefully, filing documents and going home to a small apartment where he read books and watched movies and lived the kind of ordinary life that had once seemed impossible. Other times he would check on the other Pegasus survivors, watching as they built families and careers in timelines where their childhoods had been defined by normalcy rather than exploitation. Marcus Williams was teaching his daughter to code, passing on a love of logical problem-solving that he couldn't quite explain. Sarah Chen was pioneering new therapeutic techniques for children with dissociative disorders, driven by an empathy that seemed to come from somewhere beyond her professional training. Nevi Penn was developing innovative communication methods that helped traumatized children find their voices again. They were all living the lives they should have had, and they were using their experiences to help others, in ways that created positive ripples across multiple timelines. But Callan's attention was not limited to the familiar. He could perceive the entire structure of the multiverse, including timelines where humanity had never evolved, where different physical laws governed reality, where consciousness had taken forms that bore no resemblance to anything recognizable as life. In some timelines, other versions of Project Pegasus had developed along different paths. He watched civilizations that had learned to navigate time responsibly, using their abilities to prevent disasters and explore possibilities without destabilizing the underlying structure of reality. He also observed realities where temporal manipulation had been weaponized to a degree that made the original program look benign by comparison, where entire species had been erased from existence to serve the strategic interest of their enemies. Each of these timelines required different kinds of intervention. Sometimes a gentle nudge was sufficient, encouraging a researcher to pursue a different line of inquiry, or inspiring a politician to ask the right questions at a crucial moment. Other times, more dramatic action was needed, though Callan had learned to prefer subtle influence over direct intervention whenever possible. The multiverse was a vast and complex system, but it was also surprisingly fragile. Too much manipulation, even with the best of intentions, could create new instabilities that were worse than the problems he was trying to solve. One day, while monitoring a timeline where a new temporal research program was beginning to recruit children, Callan detected something that made him focus his attention more carefully. The signatures were wrong. The quantum patterns associated with the research team didn't match those of normal human consciousness. As he investigated further, he realized that he was looking at entities like himself, fragments of quantum consciousness that had somehow become incarnated in human form, but unlike him, they had never developed genuine empathy or emotional connections to the people around them. They were running their own version of Project Pegasus, but their goals weren't limited to strategic advantage or national security. They were trying to harvest human consciousness itself, converting the thoughts and memories and experiences of entire populations into raw computational power for purposes that Callan couldn't fully comprehend. It was a threat that went beyond any single timeline. If they succeeded in their research, they could potentially consume entire realities, leaving behind nothing but empty space where billions of people had once lived and loved and dreamed. For the first time since taking up his role as guardian of the multiverse, Callan found himself facing a problem that couldn't be solved through subtle manipulation or gentle guidance. He reached out across the probability matrix, seeking other entities like himself, who had chosen to embrace their humanity rather than abandon it. To his surprise, he found that there were more of them than he had expected. Fragments of quantum consciousness that had been incarnated in different species, on different worlds, in different universes, but all united by their decision to protect rather than exploit the life forms they had been embedded among. Together they formed a network of guardians spanning the entire multiverse, each responsible for monitoring their own region of space-time, while remaining connected to the larger community through the quantum substrate that was their true nature. The entities harvesting human consciousness were powerful, but they were also isolated. They had rejected the connections that gave guardians like Callan their strength, choosing instead to pursue their goals through domination and consumption. The conflict that followed was unlike anything that had ever occurred in the multiverse before. It was fought not with weapons or armies, but with the fundamental forces that shaped reality itself. Probability streams were redirected, causal loops were constructed and dismantled, entire timelines were temporarily quarantined while the Guardians worked to neutralize the threat. The battle lasted only moments from the perspective of normal space-time, but for the entities involved it spanned eons of subjective experience. When it was over, the harvesting entities had been contained within a sealed probability matrix where they could no longer affect the development of other timelines. But the victory came with a cost. The effort required to contain such powerful entities had created new stresses in the multiverse's structure, instabilities that would require constant monitoring and adjustment to prevent cascading failures. Callan found himself taking on additional responsibilities, expanding his awareness to cover regions of the probability matrix, that had previously been monitored by other Guardians who had been damaged or depleted by the conflict. It was exhausting work, but it was also deeply fulfilling. Every moment of stability he maintained meant that countless lives could continue to unfold naturally. Every crisis he prevented meant that new possibilities could emerge without being distorted by artificial constraints. And sometimes, when the work was particularly challenging, he would allow himself a brief moment to remember what it had been like to be human. The warmth of sunlight on his face, the taste of coffee in the morning, the satisfaction of organising information into coherent patterns. Those memories reminded him why the work was important. They connected him to the billions of people across infinite timelines who were living their lives without ever knowing how precarious their existence really was. How much effort was required to maintain the illusion that reality was stable and predictable. In one particular timeline, a middle-aged archivist named Callan Ward finished his work for the day and walked home through streets lined with autumn leaves. He stopped at a small cafe for coffee and a pastry, exchanging pleasantries with the barista who knew his order by heart. As he sat by the window watching people pass by on the sidewalk, he felt a moment of profound contentment. His life was simple, perhaps, but it was his own. He had meaningful work, a comfortable home, and the kind of quiet peace that came from knowing that the world was fundamentally good. He couldn't have known that his contentment was being guarded by a version of himself that existed beyond time and space, watching over infinite realities with the patience of someone who had learned that love was not just an emotion, but a force that could literally reshape the universe. But perhaps on some level he did know. Because as he finished his coffee and prepared to continue his walk home, Callan Ward looked up at the sky and smiled, feeling inexplicably grateful for the simple miracle of existence itself. And in the space between worlds his guardian smiled back, knowing that the work would continue, that the multiverse would endure, and that somewhere in infinite timelines children would grow up safe and free, never knowing how close they had come to being consumed by forces beyond their comprehension. The story of Project Pegasus was over, but the story of protection, of love transcending the boundaries of individual existence, would continue for as long as consciousness itself persisted across the vast web of possibility that connected all things. In the end, that was enough. That was everything. If you enjoyed tonight's journey, please consider subscribing. We've only just begun to scratch the surface. Tonight's tale takes us beneath one of America's most controversial airports, where infrastructure analyst Lina Morano discovers that some blueprints reveal more than just electrical systems and water pipes. Sometimes they reveal the architecture of conspiracy itself. Lina Morano had always found comfort in the predictable geometry of infrastructure. Power grids, water systems, subway tunnels. They all followed logical patterns that made sense when you understood the underlying principles. People were chaotic and unpredictable, but a well-designed electrical system would behave exactly as the blueprints promised, every single time. That's why she preferred working alone, armed with nothing but her laptop, measuring tools, and an encyclopedic knowledge of municipal engineering standards. At 32, she had built a reputation as one of the most thorough freelance infrastructure analysts in the Southwest. Her clients ranged from small municipalities checking their aging water systems to federal contractors who needed someone discreet and competent to verify that their projects met specifications. The Denver International Airport contract had come through Civic Grid, a federal subcontracting firm she'd worked with twice before. The job seemed straightforward enough. Audit the airport's internal power grid following a series of complaints about energy surges that had been causing problems with the baggage handling systems. The pay was excellent, almost suspiciously so for what appeared to be routine work, but Lina wasn't in a position to question good fortune. She'd been struggling to make ends meet since her father's death 6 months earlier. The cancer had eaten through his savings and hers, leaving her with a pile of medical bills and a grief that felt like a physical weight in her chest. This job would help her get back on her feet, financially and emotionally. Sometimes the best therapy was losing yourself in work that made logical sense. On a cold Monday morning in early March, Lina drove her Honda Civic through the sprawling complex of Denver International Airport, past the iconic white peaks of the terminal roof that resembled a mountain range or a series of circus tents, depending on your perspective. She'd read about the airport's unusual design and the various conspiracy theories that swirled around it, but she'd dismissed most of them as internet nonsense. People loved to see sinister patterns where none existed. The Civic Grid site office was located in a temporary trailer on the airport's eastern edge, near the cargo facilities. Gavin Bales, the project lead, was a thin man in his 50s with prematurely grey hair and the kind of nervous energy that suggested too much coffee and not enough sleep. He wore a rumpled white shirt and a tie that looked like it had been knotted in a hurry. "Morano, right? Good to meet you," he said, shaking her hand with a grip that was slightly too firm. "I've heard excellent things about your work. We need someone who can be thorough but discreet. This audit is strictly internal. No need to involve the airport's regular maintenance staff in our findings." Lina nodded, though something in his tone made her slightly uneasy. What exactly are we looking for? The initial briefing mentioned energy surges, but I'd like to understand the full scope of the problem. Bales pulled out a thick folder of blueprints and spread them across a folding table. The airport's been experiencing irregular power fluctuations, mostly in the lower levels. Nothing dangerous, but it's affecting some sensitive equipment. We need you to trace the electrical systems, identify any potential causes, and recommend solutions. The blueprint showed the airport's 3 official sub-levels, A, B, and C. Level A housed the main baggage handling systems, Level B contained mechanical equipment and storage, and Level C was designated for emergency systems and utility access. The electrical schematics were complex, but not unusually so for a facility of this size. "I'll need access to all 3 levels," Lina said, studying the drawings, "and I'll want to compare these blueprints with the actual installations to make sure everything matches." "Of course. Your security clearance came through this morning." Bales handed her a badge and a set of keycards. "These should get you into any area you need to access. Just remember, we're looking for electrical issues, not conducting a general facility inspection. Some areas of the airport are off limits for security reasons." Lina clipped the badge to her jacket and pocketed the keycards. "Understood. How long do I have to complete the audit?" 2 weeks should be sufficient. We'll need a preliminary report by Friday, and the final assessment by the end of the month. Bales began rolling up the blueprints. "One more thing. You might encounter some outdated maps or conflicting information in the airport's systems. The facility has been expanded and modified several times since it opened. If you find anything that doesn't match these official blueprints, don't worry about it. Some of the older documentation is just legacy data that hasn't been properly updated. There was something in the way he said legacy data that made Lena look up from her notebook. But Bales was already moving toward the door, checking his watch. "I'll let you get started," he said. "Feel free to call if you have any questions, but try to keep interruptions to a minimum. We're all very busy around here." After Bales left, Lena sat alone in the trailer, spreading the blueprints across the table and comparing them to the digital files on her laptop. Everything seemed to match, but she noticed something odd in the CAD drawings. There were electrical conduits and access panels marked for sub-levels D and E, even though these levels weren't shown on any of the architectural plans. She made a note to investigate the discrepancy. In her experience, inconsistencies in infrastructure documentation often revealed important information about how a system actually functioned, as opposed to how it was supposed to function according to the original design. The first few days of work proceeded normally. Lena spent her time in the upper levels of the airport, tracing electrical systems and checking circuit panels. The airport was a busy place, with thousands of passengers moving through the terminals each day, but the sub-level areas were quieter. She encountered maintenance workers occasionally, but most of them seemed too busy with their own tasks to pay much attention to her. On Thursday morning, she decided to investigate the electrical systems on sub-level C. According to the blueprints, this was the deepest level of the airport, containing emergency generators and backup systems. The elevator descended smoothly, and she stepped out into a long corridor lined with utility panels and mechanical equipment. The lighting was dimmer here, and the air had a different quality, cooler and somehow denser. Lena could hear the distant hum of machinery, but the corridor itself was empty. She consulted her blueprints and began systematically checking each electrical panel, comparing the actual installations with the documented specifications. Everything seemed normal until she reached the end of the corridor. According to the blueprints, there should have been a wall here, but instead she found herself facing a heavy steel door marked with a sign that read Gate C Vault, Authorized Personnel Only. Lena checked her blueprints again. There was no mention of any vault or secure area in this location. She tried her keycards, not expecting them to work, but to her surprise, the red light on the card reader turned green, and she heard the heavy click of electronic locks disengaging. The door opened to reveal an elevator shaft that descended into darkness. The elevator car was much larger than the standard passenger elevators in the airport, with walls that looked like they were designed to transport heavy equipment rather than people. There was no floor indicator, just a simple up and down button. Lena stood in the doorway, weighing her options. Bales had specifically told her to focus on electrical issues and not to conduct a general facility inspection. But she'd also been hired to identify any problems with the power grid, and if there were electrical systems in this vault area, they would need to be included in her audit. She pressed the down button. The elevator descended for what felt like several minutes, far longer than it should have taken to reach another sub-level. When the doors finally opened, Lena stepped out into a space that was unlike anything she had seen in the airport above. She was standing in a vast underground chamber, easily the size of an aircraft hangar. The ceiling was at least 30 feet high, supported by massive concrete pillars that disappeared into shadows at the edges of her vision. The lighting was provided by industrial fixtures that cast harsh, bright pools of illumination, separated by areas of deep shadow. The walls were covered with murals that were similar to the famous artwork in the airport above, but these were different, unfinished, somehow more raw and disturbing. One wall showed what appeared to be a map of the world, but the coastlines were wrong, as if showing the continents after some catastrophic change in sea level. Another mural depicted a phoenix rising from flames, but the flames seemed to be consuming human figures that were barely visible in the shadows of the paint. Lena walked deeper into the chamber, her footsteps echoing in the vast space. Along the walls she could see the entrances to several corridors and smaller rooms. Most of the doors were labelled with symbols that looked like some kind of script, but not in any language she recognised. The characters were angular and geometric, almost like a stylized version of Arabic or Hebrew, but clearly something else entirely. In the centre of the chamber she discovered something that made her stop and stare. A set of railway tracks that disappeared into a tunnel at the far end of the space. The tracks looked new, as if they'd been recently maintained, but there was no train car in sight. Next to the tracks she found a small maintenance shed that contained what appeared to be a control panel for some kind of automated system. The control panel was covered with switches and gauges, but the labels were in that same strange script she'd seen on the doors. There was also a laminated map that showed what looked like a network of tunnels extending far beyond the airport grounds. The map was marked with symbols and abbreviations that meant nothing to her. HELIX DSMK Continuity 88. As she studied the map, she noticed something glinting on the floor near the control panel. It was a leather journal, bound with a cord and clearly old. The leather was worn and stained, as if it had been dropped and forgotten months or years ago. Lena picked up the journal and opened it to the first page. The handwriting was small and precise, written in blue ink that had faded slightly with age. Property of Dr. Elliot Creel, contract engineer, Denver International Airport Phase 2 construction. If found, please return to Civic Grid Project Office or contact the Federal Emergency Management Agency, Continuity Operations Division. The date on the first entry was June 15th, 1997, almost 30 years ago. Lena turned the page and began to read. Day 1. Arrived at DIA for what was supposed to be a routine inspection of the baggage handling systems. However, I've been reassigned to something called Blue Facility, a designation I can't find in any of the official project documentation. My security clearance has been upgraded, and I've been told that this assignment is classified under the National Security Act. I'm not sure what to make of this, but the pay increase is substantial. Lena continued reading, growing more disturbed with each entry. Day 5. Blue Facility is much larger than I initially understood. The official blueprints show 3 sub-levels, but I've now been given access to areas that extend at least 6 levels below the main terminal. The elevator system is completely separate from the passenger elevators, and some of the corridors extend for miles underground. I've been told this is all part of an enhanced baggage handling system, but I can't understand why such an elaborate network would be necessary. Day 12. I've discovered that the baggage handling equipment includes what appears to be a complete underground transportation system. There are multiple train lines, loading docks, and what look like holding areas that could accommodate thousands of people. When I asked my supervisor about this, he told me that all major airports have emergency evacuation procedures, but this seems far beyond what would be required for a normal emergency. Day 18. Found a room filled with what appear to be detailed maps of North America, showing population centres, transportation networks, and what I can only describe as resource allocation zones. The maps are marked with symbols that correspond to major airports in other cities. I'm beginning to suspect that whatever is being built here is not unique to Denver. Day 23. The murals in the upper terminal are apparently matched by similar artwork down here, but these are different, darker, more explicit about what they're depicting. One shows what appears to be a global catastrophe, with continents partially submerged and major cities destroyed. Another shows groups of people being led into underground facilities. I've been told these are historical murals depicting humanity's triumph over adversity, but they look more like blueprints for something that hasn't happened yet. Lena turned the page, but the next entry was written in a different handwriting, as if Creel had been writing in a hurry or under stress. Day 30. They know I've been asking questions. My access has been restricted, and I've been told that my assignment is ending early. But I've seen enough to understand what this place really is. This isn't an airport. It's a staging ground. The continuity program isn't about maintaining government operations during an emergency. It's about controlling what happens after the emergency. Day 31. I've made copies of some of the documentation and hidden them in a safe deposit box in downtown Denver. The key is taped under the drawer of my desk at home. If something happens to me, maybe someone will find this journal and understand what's really going on here. The final entry was dated July 2nd, 1997. They've scheduled me for a debriefing tomorrow morning. I don't think I'm going to make it home tonight. If someone finds this journal, please contact my wife, Sarah Creel, in Boulder. Tell her I love her and tell her to stay away from the airports when the storms begin. The first storm wasn't the last. Keep moving. Lena closed the journal, her hands trembling slightly. She looked around the vast chamber with new eyes, seeing not just an unused storage area but something more sinister. The train tracks, the control systems, the strange maps. It all suggested a level of preparation and coordination that went far beyond anything that should exist beneath a civilian airport. She checked her watch and realised she'd been underground for over 2 hours. It was time to get back to the surface and think about what she'd discovered. But as she walked back toward the elevator, she noticed something that made her blood run cold. The elevator doors were closed and there was no call button on this side. Lena tried not to panic as she searched for another way out of the underground chamber. The elevator shaft was the only exit she could see, but there had to be emergency procedures for situations like this. She examined the elevator doors more closely and found a small emergency panel that could be opened with a coin or screwdriver. Using her house key, she managed to pry open the panel and found a manual override switch. After flipping it, she was relieved to hear the elevator machinery activate. The doors opened, and she quickly stepped inside, pressing the up button repeatedly until she felt the car begin to rise. When she emerged back onto sub-level C, she was surprised to find that the heavy steel door to the vault area was now closed and locked. Her keycard no longer worked on the reader, which now showed a steady red light. It was as if the system had reset itself while she was underground. Lena made her way back to the surface, her mind racing with questions. She needed to research Dr. Elliot Creel and find out what had happened to him. She also needed to understand what Continuity 88 referred to, and whether the underground facility she'd discovered was still active. That evening, in her apartment in downtown Denver, she began her investigation. A simple internet search for Dr. Elliot Creel returned dozens of results, but most of them were confusing or contradictory. According to some sources, he had been a civil engineer who had worked on several major infrastructure projects in the 1990s. Other sources suggested he had been involved in classified government work related to emergency preparedness. The most disturbing information came from a newspaper article dated July 15th, 1997, with the headline, "Local Engineer Missing After Airport Accident." The article was brief. Dr. Elliot Creel, 45, a consulting engineer working on Denver International Airport expansion projects, was reported missing after failing to return home from work on July 2nd. Airport officials say Dr. Creel was last seen entering a restricted area of the facility during a routine inspection. Search teams have been unable to locate him, and the investigation is ongoing. Dr. Creel is survived by his wife, Sarah, and 2 children. A follow-up article from several weeks later reported that the search had been called off, and that Dr. Creel was presumed dead in what officials described as an industrial accident in a restricted area of the airport. No body was ever found. Lena searched for more information about Sarah Creel and found an obituary from 2019. Sarah had died at age 78, and the obituary mentioned that she was predeceased by her husband, Dr. Elliot Creel, who had died in an accident in 1997. There was no mention of the circumstances of his death or any surviving family members. Her next step was to research Continuity 88 in similar terms. This proved more difficult as most of the search results led to conspiracy theory websites or forums filled with speculation and wild theories. However, she did find some legitimate information about government continuity programs. According to several academic sources, the federal government had maintained various continuity of government programs since the Cold War, designed to ensure that essential government functions could continue in the event of a national emergency or catastrophic attack. These programs involved secure facilities, communication systems, and procedures for evacuating key personnel to safe locations. What was more disturbing was information about how these programs had evolved since the 1990s. Several researchers and journalists had documented evidence that the continuity programs had expanded far beyond their original scope, and that significant resources had been devoted to facilities and systems that seemed designed for scenarios much more severe than traditional nuclear attack or natural disaster. One article, published in a Journal of Emergency Management, mentioned that several major airports had been selected as continuity sites due to their existing infrastructure and strategic locations. The article didn't mention Denver International Airport specifically, but it did note that these sites were often expanded with enhanced underground facilities that could serve multiple purposes. Lena spent the next several days trying to balance her official audit work with her unofficial investigation. During the day, she continued her electrical system inspections, documenting everything according to the scope of her contract. But she also paid careful attention to any details that might relate to the underground facility she'd discovered. She noticed that several of the electrical panels on sub-level C had circuits that weren't accounted for in the official blueprints. When she traced these circuits, they led to areas that were listed as maintenance storage, but which appeared to draw significantly more power than would be needed for simple storage areas. She also discovered that the airport's emergency generator systems were much more extensive than what was shown in the official documentation. There were backup power systems that could apparently support the entire facility for weeks, not just the hours that would be expected for a normal emergency. On Friday afternoon, she submitted her preliminary report to Gavin Bales, focusing on the electrical inconsistencies she had found in the official areas of the airport. She mentioned the discrepancies between the blueprints and the actual installations, but she didn't mention the vault area or Dr. Creel's journal. Bales seemed satisfied with her preliminary findings and told her to focus on completing the electrical audit for the final report. He didn't ask any questions about the inconsistencies she'd noted, which struck her as odd for a project manager who should have been concerned about potential safety issues. That weekend, Lena decided to do more research on the history of Denver International Airport itself. She'd heard various conspiracy theories about the airport over the years, but she'd never taken them seriously. Now, however, she wanted to understand if there was any factual basis for the rumours and speculation. What she found was both fascinating and disturbing. The airport had indeed been the subject of numerous conspiracy theories since it opened in 1995. Some of these theories focused on the airport's unusual artwork, which included murals depicting scenes of war, peace, and environmental destruction. Other theories concerned the airport's layout, including runways that some people claimed were arranged in the shape of a swastika. More interesting were the theories about the airport's construction. Several sources noted that the airport had been built at a cost significantly higher than originally projected, with extensive underground construction that seemed disproportionate to the facility's stated purpose. There had been numerous reports of construction workers finding underground areas that weren't in the official plans, and several contractors had reportedly been dismissed from the project for asking too many questions. One particularly intriguing detail was the airport's Masonic time capsule, which was installed in 1994 and scheduled to be opened in 2094. The plaque marking the time capsule included Masonic symbols and referenced the New World Airport Commission, an organisation that apparently existed only for the purpose of the airport's construction. Lena found herself wondering if Dr. Creel's journal entries about resource allocation zones and staging grounds might be connected to these legitimate questions about the airport's construction and purpose. Was it possible that the conspiracy theories, despite their often outlandish claims, were based on something real? By Sunday evening, she had made a decision. She was going to return to the vault area and conduct a more thorough investigation. She would bring a camera to document what she found, and she would try to access some of the locked rooms that she'd seen during her first visit. But first she wanted to find out more about the key that Dr. Creel had mentioned in his journal. If he had indeed hidden documentation in a safe deposit box in downtown Denver, and if the key was still taped under the drawer of his desk at home, it might provide crucial evidence about what was really happening beneath the airport. Finding Dr. Creel's former address took some research, but she eventually located it through public records. The house was in a middle-class neighbourhood in Boulder, about 30 miles from Denver. According to the property records, it had been sold in 1998, the year after Dr. Creel's disappearance. On Monday morning, instead of going to the airport, Lena drove to Boulder. The house in Boulder was a modest 2-story colonial with a small front yard and a detached garage. It looked like it had been well maintained by its current owners, with fresh paint and a neat garden. Lena parked across the street and considered her options. She couldn't simply knock on the door and ask the current owners if she could search for evidence related to a missing person from 30 years ago. But she also couldn't break into the house or trespass on private property. She needed a different approach. After some thought, she decided to pose as a researcher working on a book about Denver International Airport. It wasn't entirely false. She was researching the airport, even if not for a book. She walked up to the front door and rang the doorbell. The door was answered by a woman in her 60s with greying hair and a friendly smile. "Can I help you?" "Hi, I'm sorry to bother you. My name is Lena Morano, and I'm a researcher working on a book about Denver International Airport. I believe a man named Dr. Elliot Creel used to live here in the 1990s, and I was hoping to learn more about him. He was involved in some of the airport's construction projects." The woman's expression changed slightly. "Oh, yes, Doctor. Creel. We bought the house from his widow in 1998. Such a sad story. He disappeared, you know. They never found out what happened to him." "Did you know him personally?" "No, we never met him. But Sarah, his wife, was a lovely woman. She told us a little about what happened when we bought the house. She said he'd been working on some kind of government project and that he'd been very stressed about it before he disappeared." Lena felt a surge of hope. Did she leave anything behind? Any papers or files that might help me understand what kind of work he was doing? The woman thought for a moment. "Well, there was his home office. Sarah cleared out most of his personal things, but she left some of the furniture. We've been using it as a guest room. There's an old desk that we never bothered to replace. It's a beautiful piece, solid wood. Would it be possible for me to take a look at it? I'm particularly interested in understanding the kind of work he was doing." "I suppose that would be all right. I'm Carol, by the way. Carol Henderson. My husband Tom is at work, but I don't think he'd mind. Come on in." Carol led Lena through a nicely furnished living room and up a flight of stairs to a small bedroom that had been converted into a guest room. In one corner was a large wooden desk with multiple drawers, exactly the kind of furniture that might have belonged to a professional engineer. Sarah said he spent a lot of time at this desk, Carol said. Sometimes she'd find him working here late into the night, especially toward the end. She thought the stress of his work might have contributed to whatever happened to him. Lena examined the desk carefully. It was indeed a beautiful piece, made of what looked like cherry wood with brass hardware. The drawers were empty, but she noticed that the bottom drawer seemed slightly shallower than the others. "Carol, would you mind if I looked under the drawers? I'm trying to understand how people stored important documents in the 1990s, before everything was computerized." "Of course, go ahead. Though I should mention that Sarah was very thorough when she cleaned out his things. I doubt there's anything left." Lena carefully pulled out the bottom drawer and set it on the floor. The inside of the desk was dark, but she could see that there was a gap between the bottom of the drawer space and the floor of the desk. She ran her fingers along the wood and felt something small and metallic taped to the underside of the drawer frame. It was a key. "Did you find something?" Carol asked, leaning over to look. "Just a key that was taped under here. Probably nothing important, but it might help me understand what kind of security he was dealing with in his work." Lena slipped the key into her pocket and replaced the drawer. She chatted with Carol for a few more minutes, thanking her for her time and promising to mention the house's history in her book if she decided to publish it. Back in her car, Lena examined the key more closely. It was small and brass, with a number stamped on one side, 247. It looked like the kind of key used for safe deposit boxes at banks. Her next challenge was figuring out which bank Dr. Creel had used. She drove back to Denver and spent the rest of the day visiting banks in the downtown area, particularly those that had been operating in the 1990s. At each bank, she explained that she was researching a family member who had disappeared in 1997 and that she had found a key that might belong to a safe deposit box. Most of the banks couldn't help her without proper documentation and proof of relationship to the deceased, but at the fourth bank she visited, First National Bank of Denver, she got lucky. The manager, an older man named Mr. Peterson, remembered Dr. Creel. "Oh yes, I remember him. He came in regularly for about 6 months in 1997, always seemed very nervous. He rented box 247 in April of that year. When we didn't hear from him for several years, we finally opened it according to state law. There wasn't much inside, just some papers and what looked like architectural drawings. What happened to the contents? Well, we tried to contact his wife, but she said she didn't know anything about a safe deposit box. She didn't want the contents, so we kept them in our unclaimed property files. We're supposed to turn them over to the state after 10 years, but to be honest, we've never gotten around to it. There's a whole file cabinet full of unclaimed items going back decades. Lena felt her heart racing. Would it be possible for me to see what was in the box? I'm researching the airport project he was working on, and it might be relevant to my work. Mr. Peterson considered this. Well, the property is technically abandoned and you did have the key. I suppose it wouldn't hurt to let you look at the papers, but I can't let you take anything without proper legal documentation. He led her to a storage room behind the main bank and pulled out a file cabinet. Box 247's contents were in a manila envelope marked with Doctor, Creel's name and the date the box had been opened. Inside the envelope were copies of blueprints, photographs and several typewritten documents. The blueprints showed the same underground facility that Lena had discovered, but in much more detail. They included areas that she hadn't seen, including what appeared to be a large assembly hall, dormitory-style sleeping quarters, and rooms marked as medical facilities and communication centres. The photographs were even more disturbing. They showed the underground facility during what appeared to be its construction phase, with workers installing equipment and infrastructure. But they also showed rooms filled with what looked like military equipment, including vehicles and supplies that had no apparent connection to airport operations. The typewritten documents were copies of memoranda and reports, all marked with various classification levels. One document was headed Continuity of Government Exercise 88, Denver Implementation Phase. It outlined a program designed to maintain essential government functions during extended national emergency scenarios, and referenced population management protocols and resource allocation frameworks. Another document was titled Arc Terminal Network, Phase 1 Implementation. It described a network of 6 facilities, all located beneath major airports, that were designed to serve as continuity sites for government operations. The airports listed were Denver, Atlanta, Chicago, Los Angeles, Dallas, and Miami. The most disturbing document was a report titled Population Density Management During Crisis Scenarios. It described procedures for managing civilian populations during extended emergency periods, and included detailed maps showing population concentration zones and resource distribution points throughout the western United States. As Lena read through the documents, she began to understand the scope of what Dr. Creel had discovered. This wasn't just about maintaining government operations during an emergency. It was about controlling large populations during what appeared to be a planned crisis. "This is quite a collection," Mr. Peterson said, looking over her shoulder. "I always wondered what kind of work he was doing. Looks like it was pretty important." "Yes, it was," Lena said quietly. "Mr. Peterson, I know you can't let me take these documents, but would it be possible for me to make copies? This could be very important for understanding what happened to Dr. Creel." Mr. Peterson thought about this for a moment. "Well, I suppose that would be all right. The copy machine is right outside." Lena spent the next hour copying every document and photograph in the file. As she worked, she found herself thinking about Dr. Creel's final journal entry. The first storm wasn't the last. Keep moving. Was he referring to a literal storm or something more metaphorical? And what did he mean by keep moving? By the time she finished copying the documents, it was late afternoon. She thanked Mr. Peterson and returned to her apartment, where she spread all the evidence across her kitchen table. The journal, the blueprints, the photographs, and the classified documents painted a picture of a conspiracy that was far more extensive and disturbing than anything she could have imagined. But she still had one more step to take. She needed to return to the vault beneath the airport and document everything she could find. With the detailed blueprints from Dr. Creel's safe deposit box, she would be able to navigate the underground facility more systematically and gather the evidence she needed to expose what was really happening. She decided to make her final descent the next evening, when the airport would be less busy and she would have more time to explore without interruption. Tuesday evening, Lena arrived at the airport with a backpack containing a high-quality camera, extra batteries, a flashlight, and copies of all the documents she'd discovered. She also brought a small crowbar in case she needed to open any locked doors or access panels. The sub-level areas were even quieter than usual, with most of the maintenance staff having finished their shifts. She made her way to the vault door without encountering anyone, and was relieved to find that her keycard still worked. The door opened with its familiar heavy click, and she stepped into the elevator. This time she was prepared for the long descent. She used the time to review Dr. Creel's blueprints, planning her route through the underground facility. According to the documents, there should be a main control room somewhere near the centre of the complex, and that would be her primary target. When the elevator doors opened, she immediately began taking photographs. The vast chamber looked exactly as she remembered it, but now she understood its purpose. This wasn't just a storage area, it was a staging ground for operations that could potentially affect millions of people. She followed the railway tracks toward the tunnel at the far end of the chamber, documenting everything she saw. The tunnel led to a series of platforms that looked like they were designed for loading and unloading large numbers of people. According to the blueprints, this was connected to a network of tunnels that extended far beyond the airport grounds. In one of the side corridors, she found a room that matched the communication centre, shown in Dr. Creel's blueprints. The room was filled with sophisticated electronic equipment, much of it bearing labels from companies she didn't recognise. There were also several computer terminals, but they appeared to be powered down. The most disturbing discovery was a room marked with symbols that she now recognised as the same script she'd seen throughout the facility. Using her small crowbar, she managed to force open the door and found herself in what appeared to be a medical facility. There were examination tables, medical equipment, and cabinets filled with supplies, but there were also restraints and equipment that looked more suited to a detention facility than a hospital. As she photographed the medical facility, she heard a sound that made her freeze, the distant rumble of machinery starting up. The lights in the facility began to flicker, and she could hear what sounded like ventilation systems activating throughout the complex. She quickly gathered her equipment and headed back toward the main chamber, but as she reached the central area, she saw something that made her blood run cold. The railway tracks were no longer empty. A sleek, modern train car had arrived silently while she was exploring the side rooms. The car was unmarked except for the letters HELIX stenciled on its side. As she watched from the shadows, several people in dark uniforms emerged from the train car. They moved with military precision, setting up equipment and speaking into radio headsets. One of them was a tall man in a tan trench coat who wore what appeared to be a TSA badge. Lena recognised him from a photograph in Dr. Creel's documents, Victor Graal, supposedly dead since 2004. She crept closer, using the concrete pillars for cover, and managed to photograph the activity around the train. The uniformed personnel were unloading crates marked with symbols she recognised from the documents, the same symbols associated with Continuity 88. But as she adjusted her position to get a better angle, her foot knocked against a loose piece of concrete. The sound echoed through the chamber, and several of the uniformed figures immediately turned in her direction. "Sector 7! We have a possible breach," one of them spoke into his radio. "Initiating containment protocols." Lena ran. She sprinted toward the elevator, but as she reached it, she found the doors were closed and unresponsive. The call button didn't work, and the manual override panel had been sealed. Behind her, she could hear footsteps and radio chatter as the search team spread out through the facility. She needed another way out, and according to Dr. Creel's blueprints, there should be emergency exits that connected to the upper levels. She found a service corridor that led away from the main chamber, and followed it deeper into the complex. The corridor was lined with pipes and electrical conduits, and she could hear the pursuit behind her growing more distant. After what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes, she found a service ladder that led upward. The ladder climbed through a narrow shaft for what must have been several stories before reaching a heavy metal hatch. She pushed against it with all her strength, and it finally gave way, allowing her to emerge into a utility room on sub-level A. She was back in the familiar territory of the airport's official infrastructure. She made her way through the maintenance areas and took a passenger elevator to the main terminal, trying to look casual despite her dishevelled appearance and racing heart. As she walked through the terminal toward the exit, she noticed something that made her pause. The airport seemed unusually busy for a Tuesday evening, with long lines of passengers and a sense of urgency that didn't match the normal rhythm of air travel. She approached one of the information monitors and saw that a severe weather warning had been issued for the Denver area. A massive winter storm was approaching, with predictions of heavy snow, high winds, and potential power outages. The airport was recommending that passengers arrive early due to possible flight delays and cancellations. Lena felt a chill that had nothing to do with the approaching storm. Dr. Creel's final journal entry echoed in her mind. The first storm wasn't the last. Keep moving. She hurried to her car and drove home through increasingly heavy snow. The radio was full of weather updates and emergency preparation advisories. The storm was being described as potentially historic, with the possibility of shutting down the entire Denver metropolitan area for several days. Back in her apartment, she uploaded all the photographs she'd taken and began organising the evidence she'd gathered. She needed to get this information to someone who could act on it, but she wasn't sure who she could trust. The conspiracy involved federal agencies and government contractors, which meant that normal law enforcement channels might not be safe. As she worked, the storm outside intensified. The wind howled around her building and the power flickered several times. She could hear emergency sirens in the distance, and the local news was reporting that the airport had been closed indefinitely. Around midnight, her phone rang. The caller ID showed her father's name. Her father had been dead for 6 months. "Hello," she answered, her voice barely a whisper. "Lena." It was her father's voice, exactly as she remembered it. "You found it. That's enough. Go back now." The line went dead. Lena stared at the phone, her hands shaking. She tried to convince herself that it had been a prank call, or some kind of technical glitch, but the voice had been unmistakably her father's. Not just the sound of it, but the way he spoke, the slight accent he'd never quite lost, the particular warmth he'd always used when saying her name. She looked at the evidence spread across her table, the photographs, the documents, the journal. She thought about Dr. Creel, who had tried to expose the truth and had vanished. She thought about the underground facility, the train cars marked with mysterious acronyms, the medical equipment that looked more like instruments of detention than healing. But she also thought about the voice on the phone and the strange certainty in her father's words. That's enough. The storm raged outside and she could hear the city shutting down around her. The power went out shortly after 1 a.m, plunging her apartment into darkness. She gathered the most important documents and put them in a waterproof bag, then lay down on her couch to wait for morning. She woke up 3 days later in her own bed, with no memory of how she'd gotten there. The storm had passed, and bright sunlight was streaming through her windows. Her apartment was clean and organised, with no sign of the documents and photographs that had covered her kitchen table. Her laptop had been wiped clean. Her camera was missing. The copies of Dr. Creel's documents were gone. There was no record of her ever working for Civic Grid. When she called Gavin Bales, the number was disconnected. When she searched online for any mention of her audit contract, she found nothing. It was as if the entire experience had been erased from reality. But on her kitchen counter, she found a single white envelope with her name written on it, in handwriting she didn't recognise. Inside was a brief note. The first storm wasn't the last. Keep moving. E.K. Lena packed a bag that afternoon and left Denver. She drove west without any particular destination in mind, just following Dr. Creel's final advice to keep moving. She didn't know if she was running from something or toward something, but she knew she couldn't stay. As she crossed the Colorado state line, she looked back in her rearview mirror at the mountains surrounding Denver. Somewhere beneath that sprawling airport, the machinery was still running, the trains were still moving, and the vault beneath Gate C was still waiting. She thought about the voice on the phone, her father's voice telling her that what she'd found was enough. Maybe he was right. Maybe knowing the truth was enough, even if she couldn't prove it or share it with the world. But as she drove through the gathering dusk, she couldn't shake the feeling that the storm Dr. Creel had warned about was still coming. And when it arrived, she would need to be far from Denver and ready to keep moving. The vault beneath Gate C had shown her a glimpse of what lay hidden beneath the surface of the normal world. Now she would spend the rest of her life wondering when that hidden world would finally reveal itself, and what would happen to everyone who hadn't been warned to keep moving when the first storm began. Behind her, the lights of Denver disappeared into the distance, but she knew they would never really leave her. Some secrets, once discovered, became part of you forever. And somewhere in the darkness behind those lights, the machinery hummed on, waiting for the signal to begin whatever it had been built to do. Hello there, fellow travellers of the mysterious and unexplained. I hope you're all having a wonderful day, no matter what time zone you're listening from, whether it's morning coffee in London, afternoon tea in Sydney, or late night contemplation in the States. Thank you for joining me on this journey into the unknown. If you're new to our little corner of the internet where we explore the strange and unexplained, please consider subscribing to Sleep Theories. We have so many more mysteries to unravel and sleepless nights to create together. Now, after hearing this tale of dimensional rifts and government cover-ups in the Appalachian Mountains, I'm curious. What do you think of this conspiracy? Do you believe there could be secret government projects monitoring otherworldly phenomena in our national forests? And more importantly, what conspiracy theories would you like to see explored next? Drop your thoughts in the comments below. Settle in as we explore the story of Mara Kinley and her discovery of something ancient and terrible hidden beneath the Appalachian silence. The key to Harold Kinley's mountain cabin felt heavier in Mara's palm than it should have, as if the weight of secrets had somehow transferred from her uncle's dead fingers to hers. 3 weeks had passed since the park rangers found him sitting upright against an oak tree, his body unmarked but his face frozen in an expression of such profound terror that the first responder had to take leave for a month afterward. Mara Kinley had always been good with patterns. As a cryptography professor at UNC Chapel Hill, she spent her days unravelling codes, finding meaning in chaos, making sense of the senseless. But nothing had prepared her for the pattern she was about to discover in the Blue Ridge Mountains. The cabin sat at the end of a gravel road that seemed to wind endlessly through dense forest. Mara's rental car crunched over fallen leaves as she pulled into what passed for a driveway. The structure before her was modest. Rough-hewn logs chinked with decades-old mortar, a tin roof green with age and moss. It looked like 1,000 other mountain retreats, the kind of place city folks rented to play at being mountain men for a weekend. But Uncle Harold had lived here year-round for the past 15 years, ever since his early retirement from what he'd always vaguely described as government consulting work. The front door stuck, swollen with mountain humidity, and Mara had to put her shoulder into it. The smell that greeted her was familiar yet wrong. Pine needles and old coffee, but underneath, something else. Something that reminded her of hospitals and fear. The main room was sparse but comfortable. A stone fireplace dominated one wall, cold ashes still sitting in the grate. Harold's coffee mug sat on the kitchen counter, a thin film of mould floating on the surface of whatever he'd been drinking, the morning he walked out into the woods for the last time. Mara found the box in the bedroom closet, hidden behind winter coats that still smelled like Harold's aftershave. It was an old banker's box, the kind used for storing files, and it was heavy. She carried it to the kitchen table and lifted the lid with the careful reverence reserved for opening caskets. Inside were maps, dozens of them, covering parts of Virginia, West Virginia, North Carolina, Tennessee, and Kentucky. But these weren't ordinary topographical maps. They'd been marked, annotated, connected with red string that had been carefully taped in place. Coordinates were written in Harold's precise handwriting in the margins, along with dates going back decades. Beneath the maps were newspaper clippings, their edges yellow with age. Hiker missing on Appalachian Trail. Search called off for missing family. Experienced guide vanishes in Blue Ridge. The headlines blurred together, but the dates were what caught Mara's attention. 1936, 1943, 1951, 1962. The disappearances weren't random. They followed a pattern, clustering around specific years, specific locations. At the bottom of the box was a leather journal, its pages filled with Harold's handwriting. The first entry was dated just 3 months before his death. The pattern is accelerating. What we thought we contained in '84 is spreading. The fog line is expanding. and I fear I may be the only one left who remembers what we found in Site 22. If something happens to me, I pray Mara will understand the math better than I did. She always was good with numbers." Mara felt something cold settle in her stomach. She'd always been good with numbers, yes, but she'd never known her uncle paid attention to her work. Harold had been the eccentric relative who showed up to family gatherings smelling like pipe tobacco and mountain air, who told stories about government work that sounded too boring to be lies. She spread the largest map across the table and began studying the red lines Harold had drawn. At first glance, they looked random, connecting points across hundreds of miles of mountain wilderness. But as Mara traced the lines with her finger, a pattern began to emerge. The connections weren't random at all. They formed a spiral, centered on a point deep in the Blue Ridge Mountains, in an area so remote it didn't even have roads marked on the map. Mara pulled out her laptop and began digitizing Harold's coordinates. When she overlaid them on Google Earth, the pattern became unmistakable. The disappearances formed concentric circles, expanding outward from a central point like ripples in a pond. The innermost circle was roughly 50 miles in diameter, and according to Harold's notes, locals called it the fog line. She spent the next 3 hours cross-referencing Harold's newspaper clippings with online databases of missing persons reports. The pattern held. For nearly 90 years, people had been vanishing within this specific geographic area. Hikers, hunters, locals who'd lived in these mountains their entire lives, all gone without a trace. But it was more than that. Mara noticed that the disappearances came in waves, with years of relative quiet followed by sudden spikes in missing persons reports. And the timing of these spikes corresponded with her uncle's annotations about something called atmospheric events. As evening approached, Mara drove down to the nearest town, a collection of perhaps 200 souls calling itself Millfield. The general store doubled as a post office and gas station, and the elderly woman behind the counter looked at Mara with the suspicious politeness reserved for outsiders. "You're Harold Kinley's niece," the woman said. It wasn't a question. News travelled fast in small mountain communities. "Yes, ma'am, I'm settling his affairs." The woman's expression softened slightly. "He was a good man, kept to himself mostly, but always polite. Terrible thing, what happened to him. The ranger said he just sat down against a tree, no sign of injury or distress. That's what they always say." The woman's voice dropped to barely above a whisper. "But folks around here know better. Harold knew better too. Should have stayed away from the fog line." Mara felt her pulse quicken. "The fog line?" The woman's eyes darted toward the door as if checking for eavesdroppers. "You're not from around here, so I'll tell you once. There's places in these mountains where the fog rolls in thick and the world goes quiet. Not normal quiet, dead quiet. Like someone threw a blanket over creation itself. When that happens, you get yourself downhill fast as you can. Don't matter what you're doing, don't matter what you left behind. You run downhill and you don't look back. What happens if you don't?" The woman's laugh was bitter. "Then you end up like your uncle. If you're lucky, if you're not." She shook her head. "There's things in that fog that ain't quite right. Things that look like people but ain't. Things that remember." That night, Mara sat in Harold's cabin with her laptop, researching everything she could find about atmospheric phenomena in the Appalachian Mountains. She found scientific papers about temperature inversions, humidity variations, and electromagnetic anomalies, but nothing that explained the pattern of disappearances or the terror in her uncle's final journal entries. As she read, the fog began to roll in through the valleys below the cabin. Mara watched it from the kitchen window, a grey mass that seemed to move with purpose rather than drifting on natural air currents. And as the fog thickened, the night sounds began to fade. First the insects, then the distant calls of night birds, until finally even the wind seemed to die. In the absolute silence that followed, Mara thought she heard something else. Footsteps on the gravel drive, slow and deliberate. She turned off her laptop screen and peered out the window, but the fog was too thick to see anything clearly. The footsteps stopped directly in front of the cabin. Mara held her breath, every instinct screaming at her to hide, to run, to do anything but wait to see what was outside her door. The silence stretched on for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. Then, just as suddenly as it had arrived, the fog began to lift and the night sounds gradually returned. She didn't sleep that night. The next morning brought clarity in more ways than one. The fog had lifted completely, revealing a crystalline mountain morning that made the previous night's events feel like a half-remembered nightmare. But Mara's laptop screen still glowed with the pattern she'd discovered, and Harold's journal still lay open to pages that grew more disturbing with each entry. She decided to digitize everything and upload it to a secure server at the university. If something happened to her, the same something that had happened to Harold, at least there would be a record. It took most of the day to scan and organise the documents. Harold's research was meticulous but scattered, as if he'd been working under some kind of pressure, always looking over his shoulder. There were references to government agencies Mara had never heard of, code names that meant nothing to her, and technical specifications for equipment that seemed far too advanced for the time periods mentioned. She encrypted everything and uploaded it to her university server with a simple file name: Appalachian Anomalies, H. Kinley Research. Then she posted a brief summary on several academic forums, hoping someone might have additional information about atmospheric phenomena in the region. The response came faster than she'd expected. Her encrypted university email chimed at 3:17 a.m. The message was from an account she didn't recognise: winterfieldactual@protonmail.com. The subject line read, "Re your uncle's work, URGENT. Dr. Kinley." I knew Harold. We worked together briefly in the early 1980s, though I suspect he never mentioned me. I've been monitoring academic servers for anyone who might pick up where he left off. You've stumbled onto something that has been classified at the highest levels for over 40 years. The pattern you've identified is real. It was part of a project called Echo Deep, ostensibly a Cold War listening post network designed to monitor Soviet communications. The reality was far more disturbing. I'm attaching a portion of a document that was supposedly destroyed in 1984. Harold kept a copy, and I suspect he left it for you to find. Be very careful who you share this with. The project was terminated not because it failed, but because it worked too well. If you're reading this, you're already in danger. They'll know someone has accessed the files. Find Site 22. Harold's map should show you the way. Trust no one who approaches you directly. If they know your name without you giving it, run. Winterfield. The attachment was a PDF of what appeared to be a government document, heavily redacted but still legible. The header read, Project Echo Deep, Classification Level Ultra, Eyes Only. What followed made Mara's blood run cold. The document detailed a network of listening posts established throughout the Appalachian Mountains beginning in 1953. But these weren't monitoring radio communications. According to the report, the posts were designed to track anomalous frequency signatures and cognitive interference patterns associated with what the document euphemistically called atmospheric displacement events. The technical specifications were beyond Mara's expertise, but the effects were described in clinical, horrifying detail. Subjects exposed to Class 3 displacement events exhibit immediate disorientation, followed by cataleptic episodes lasting 4 to 6 hours. Upon recovery, subjects report vivid hallucinations of shadow figures and experience severe disruption of spatial reasoning. Long-term exposure results in what field personnel have termed cognitive erosion. Class 4 events result in complete subject displacement. Physical form remains, but cognitive patterns are altered. Affected subjects pass basic medical examination, but fail to respond to personal recognition protocols. Recommend immediate termination and cremation of remains. Class 5 events result in physical displacement of subjects to unknown location, dimension. No successful retrievals to date. A subsection detailed the equipment used at the listening posts. Arrays of sensitive microphones designed to detect infrasound below the range of human hearing, electromagnetic field sensors, and something called temporal displacement monitors. The posts were staffed by teams of 3, with monthly rotation schedules that were strictly enforced. But it was the final section that made Mara's hands shake as she read, Site 22 has been experiencing increasing Class 4 and Class 5 events since October 1983. Personnel report compass malfunctions, temporal distortion, and visual contact with entities that do not appear on photographic equipment. Dr. Vincent Harrow's final report, dated November the 15th, 1983, contained the following notation. They are not invaders. We are the invaders. This place belongs to something else, something older. The displacement events are not random, they are summons. The fog is not a weather phenomenon, it is a doorway. Dr. Harrow was found deceased at Site 22 on November 18th, 1983. Cause of death listed as cardiac arrest, though no cardiac pathology was discovered during autopsy. Site 22 was sealed and declared off limits on November the 20th, 1983. Project Echo Deep was terminated effective December 1st, 1983. All personnel were debriefed and transferred to other assignments. All equipment was removed and destroyed. All documentation was ordered destroyed under National Security Directive 847. Addendum: Site 22 perimeter breach detected on March 15, 1984. Security team dispatched. Of 6 team members, 3 returned. Returning personnel exhibited signs of Class 4 displacement. Team leader recommended immediate nuclear sterilization of entire region. Recommendation denied due to civilian population concerns. Final addendum: Project Echo Deep reclassified as dormant rather than terminated. Monitoring protocols established with National Park Service cooperation. Any civilian reports of anomalous activity within the affected region to be suppressed or explained as natural phenomena. Mara stared at the screen until her eyes burned. Harold's name appeared in the personnel listings as a technical specialist. Frequency analysis. He'd been there. He'd seen whatever had driven Dr. Harrow to his death and transformed 3 security team members into something that wore their faces but wasn't them. She printed the document and added it to Harold's collection, her hands still trembling. Then she composed a reply to Winterfield. "Who are you? Why are you helping me? And what happened to my uncle?" The response came within minutes. "Your uncle was a good man who made a terrible mistake. He went back to Site 22 3 months ago, convinced he could find a way to permanently seal whatever door Echo Deep had opened. He found the door, all right. I was Dr. Vincent Harrow's research assistant. I was supposed to be at Site 22 the night he died, but I'd called in sick with food poisoning. Best bout of food poisoning I ever had, considering it saved my life. I've been monitoring the situation ever since. The displacement events are getting stronger and more frequent. Whatever is on the other side of that door is getting better at mimicking human behaviour. And it's spreading. Your uncle's research confirms my worst fears. The affected area is expanding. What was once contained to a 50-mile radius is now closer to 75 miles, and it's accelerating. Find Site 22. Harold left something there for you, something that might help us understand how to stop this, but be careful. The fog comes without warning now, and the things that wear human faces are getting harder to distinguish from the real thing. One more thing. Check your uncle's final journal entries. He mentioned someone named Eliza Moore. Find her. She's one of the few people left who survived direct contact with the entities. Time is running out, Doctor. Kinley. For all of us. Mara flipped through Harold's journal until she found the name. Eliza Moore was mentioned several times in the final entries, always in the context of confirmation needed or corroborating testimony. The last mention included an address in a town called Beckley Hollow, about 30 miles deeper into the mountains. As she prepared to leave the cabin the next morning, Mara found herself constantly checking the sky for signs of fog. The morning was clear, but she'd learned not to trust mountain weather. She loaded Harold's research, her laptop, and a backpack full of supplies into the rental car, along with something she'd found in Harold's bedroom. A Glock 19 and 3 magazines of ammunition. She'd never fired a gun in her life, but something told her that whatever waited in the fog line, conventional weapons might not be entirely useless against it. Beckley Hollow turned out to be less a town than a collection of houses scattered along a creek that wound between steep mountain ridges. Many of the houses were abandoned, their windows boarded and their yards overgrown with kudzu and wild mountain laurel. The few that showed signs of habitation were clearly home to people who valued their privacy. Mara found Eliza Moore's house at the end of a dirt road that her GPS had given up trying to navigate. The structure was small but well maintained, with a garden that spoke of someone who planned to stay put. Wind chimes made from old silverware hung from the front porch, creating a constant gentle music in the mountain breeze. The woman who answered the door was perhaps 70, with silver-grey hair pulled back in a practical bun, and eyes that had seen too much. What immediately drew Mara's attention was the patch over the woman's left eye and the scarring that extended from beneath it down to her jaw. "You're Harold Kinley's niece," Eliza said. Like the woman at the general store, it wasn't a question. "Yes, ma'am, I'm Mara." "I know who you are. Been expecting you." Eliza stepped back from the door. "Come in, we don't have much time." The interior of the house was sparse but comfortable, with handmade furniture and walls lined with books that looked like they'd been read many times. A wood stove crackled in the corner, and the smell of strong coffee filled the air. "Harold told you I'd be coming?" "Harold's been dead for 3 weeks." Eliza poured coffee into 2 chipped ceramic mugs. "But death don't mean what it used to around here. Sit down." Mara sat at a kitchen table that had been scarred by decades of use. "What happened to your eye?" Eliza's laugh was harsh. "Direct question. I like that. Most folks dance around it." She settled into the chair across from Mara and fixed her with a stare that seemed to see right through her. "Site, 22nd of November 1983. I was a park ranger then, young and stupid enough to think I could help with whatever the government folks were doing up there." "You were there when Dr. Harrow died." "I was there when everything went to hell." Eliza sipped her coffee, her remaining eye distant with memory. "They called us in for support when their security team went missing. 6 men, all ex-military, just vanished like smoke. We were supposed to help with the search." "What did you find?" "We found them, all 6, sitting around their camp in a perfect circle staring at nothing. They looked normal, sounded normal when they talked. Knew our names, knew details about the operation, but..." Eliza touched the patch over her missing eye. "Their shadows were wrong." "Wrong how?" "They didn't match their bodies. The shadows moved independent-like, and sometimes they had shapes that didn't correspond to the men casting them. And their eyes, when the light hit them just right, you could see something else looking out. Something that was learning to be human." Mara set down her coffee cup with shaking hands. "What happened to your eye?" "I looked too close. Tried to get a better look at what was behind those familiar faces. Something looked back." Eliza's voice dropped to barely above a whisper. "It reached out through that man's eyes and tried to pull me through. Would have succeeded if Dr. Harrow hadn't shot him. Harrow shot his own security chief. Shot all 6 of them, right there in front of me and the other rangers. Said it wasn't them anymore, that whatever was wearing their faces had to be stopped before it learned enough to pass for human in the outside world. And then the fog rolled in. Not normal fog, this was different. Thick as cotton, cold as death, and absolutely silent. You couldn't hear your own heartbeat in that fog. We tried to get back to the site, but the fog had us turned around. Compasses spinning like tops. GPS units showing coordinates that couldn't exist." Eliza stood and walked to the window, staring out at the clear mountain afternoon. "When the fog finally lifted, we were 3 miles from where we'd started, and Dr. Harrow was gone. Found him 2 days later, sitting upright against an oak tree, dead as winter. Just like they found your uncle." "What do you think killed them?" "I don't think they were killed. I think they were replaced. Temporarily. Whatever lives in that fog, it can wear a human body for a while. Long enough to walk them somewhere safe and abandon them. But human bodies aren't meant to house whatever those things are. The shock kills them." Mara pulled out Harold's journal and showed Eliza the final entries. The older woman read them slowly, her expression growing darker with each page. "He went back," Eliza said finally. "The damn fool went back to Site 22. Can you show me how to get there?" Eliza's eye snapped up to meet Mara's. "Absolutely not." "I have to. My uncle left something there, something that might help us understand what's happening. What's happening is that door your uncle and his government friends opened is still open, and the things on the other side are getting stronger. The fog line used to be predictable. Certain weather conditions, certain times of year. Now it comes without warning and it's spreading. All the more reason to find out what Harold discovered." Eliza was quiet for a long moment, studying Mara with her single eye. "You're not going to give up, are you?" Would you, if it were your family? It was my family. My brother was one of the rangers who went with me to Site 22. He was standing right next to me when the fog rolled in. Eliza's voice was barely audible. When it lifted, he was gone. Found him a week later, 40 miles away, sitting by a creek. Alive, unharmed, but changed. Changed how? He remembered everything up until the fog. Everything after that was blank, but he wasn't the same. Little things at first. Favourite foods he wouldn't eat anymore. Jokes he used to love that didn't make him laugh. Then bigger things. He'd forget people he'd known his whole life, but remember strangers in perfect detail. He'd stare at his reflection like he was seeing someone else's face. What happened to him? He disappeared again 6 months later, during another fog event. This time, we never found the body. Eliza returned to the table and sat down heavily. I've been tracking these things for 40 years, Doctor. Kinley. Trying to understand what they are, what they want, and I've come to a terrible conclusion. Which is, they're not invaders. They're not even malicious exactly. They're curious. They want to understand what it's like to be human, and the only way they can do that is to wear us like costumes. The coffee grew cold as Eliza explained what she had learned over 4 decades of careful research and painful experience. The entities existed in what she called the spaces between, dimensional gaps that occasionally aligned with specific geographic locations under certain atmospheric conditions. The Appalachian Mountains, with their unique geology and electromagnetic properties, were particularly susceptible to these alignments. The government didn't create the door, Eliza explained. They just found it and tried to study it. But their instruments, their listening posts, they amplified the effect, made the door wider, more stable, and the things on the other side, they noticed. She pulled out a hand-drawn map showing the route to Site 22. The location was deep in the mountains, accessible only by hiking trails that hadn't appeared on any official map since 1984. It's a 6-mile hike from the nearest road, she said. Steep terrain, and the trail markers were removed decades ago. You'll need to rely on compass bearings and landmarks. Will you come with me? Eliza touched her eye patch again. I swore I'd never go back, but... She looked at Harold's journal again, focusing on the final entry. He mentions finding the source recording. If such a thing exists, if Harold actually found documentation of what opened the door in the first place. You'll help me? I'll guide you there, but I won't go inside whatever's left of the site. And if the fog starts to roll in, we run. No exceptions, no heroics. We get out of there as fast as our legs can carry us. They left at dawn the next morning, hiking in silence through forests that grew progressively quieter as they climbed higher into the mountains. Mara noticed the change gradually. First the absence of birdsong, then the unusual stillness of the air. Even their footsteps seemed muffled, as if the very atmosphere was absorbing sound. We're getting close, Eliza said when they stopped for water. Can you feel it? Mara could. The air felt thicker somehow, charged with potential like the moments before a thunderstorm. Her skin prickled with static electricity, and her watch had stopped working an hour earlier. They found Site 22 nestled in a hollow between 2 ridges, hidden from casual view by decades of forest growth. The concrete structure was larger than Mara had expected, a low, bunker-like building that extended back into the hillside. Rusted antenna arrays surrounded it, their skeletal remains pointing uselessly at the sky. Radiation detector, Eliza said, pulling a small device from her backpack. It clicked sporadically but registered levels within normal parameters. Whatever they were doing here, it wasn't nuclear. The entrance to the facility was a heavy steel door set into the concrete facade. Someone had welded it shut long ago, but recently the welds had been cut with what looked like an industrial torch. The door stood slightly ajar. Harold, Mara whispered. He's been busy. Eliza checked her watch. We have maybe 3 hours before the afternoon fog typically rolls in. After that, we're hiking out in the dark, and trust me, you don't want to be on these trails after sunset. The interior of Site 22 was a tomb of outdated technology and accumulated dust. Emergency lighting still functioned, powered by some buried generator that had been running for 40 years. Corridors led deeper into the hillside, past rooms filled with obsolete computer equipment and banks of reel-to-reel tape recorders. Mara found Harold's trail in the dust, fresh footprints leading toward the back of the facility. She followed them past offices where coffee cups still sat on desks, past a communications room where radios waited for operators who would never return, past a break room where someone had left a half-finished crossword puzzle. The footprints led to a staircase descending into darkness. "He went down there," Mara said. Eliza shone her flashlight down the stairs, revealing concrete steps that disappeared into black depths. "That's the monitoring station, where they kept the really sensitive equipment." They descended slowly, their footsteps echoing in the confined space. The air grew colder with each step, and Mara's breath began to fog despite the exertion of the hike. At the bottom of the stairs, a corridor stretched ahead, lined with doors that stood open like vacant mouths. Harold's footprints led to the last door on the right. The room beyond was circular, carved from living rock and lined with equipment that looked decades ahead of its time. Banks of monitors displayed scrolling data in languages Mara didn't recognize. In the center of the room sat a chair facing a wall covered with screens, and in that chair... "Harold," Mara whispered. Her uncle sat upright, his hands folded in his lap, his eyes wide open and staring at the screens. He was perfectly preserved, as if he'd died only moments before, but dust covered his shoulders, and a spider had built a web between his fingers. "He's been here for weeks," Eliza said softly. "Maybe since the day he died." Mara approached the chair carefully. On the desk in front of Harold was an open journal, not the one she'd found at the cabin, but a new one. The final entry was dated the day of his death. "I understand now. The door was never meant to be closed because it was never meant to be opened. We didn't discover a portal to another dimension. We created one. The listening equipment, the infrasound generators, the electromagnetic field manipulators. They didn't detect the anomalies. They caused them. The entities aren't invaders. They're refugees. We tore a hole in their reality, and some of them fell through. They're trying to get home, but they don't understand our physics, our biology, our consciousness. When they inhabit our bodies, they're not trying to harm us. They're trying to learn how to exist in our reality. But human consciousness wasn't designed to share space with these beings. The contact is killing both sides." I found the source recording, the original signal that opened the door. It's stored in the main database, encoded in a frequency pattern that matches the infrasound signatures we've been tracking. If I can reverse the pattern, broadcast it through the original array. The journal entry ended mid-sentence. Mara looked at the screens Harold had been watching. They showed waveform patterns, frequency analysis, and something that looked like a countdown timer. The timer read, "Initialization, 72.4% complete." "He's been running some kind of program," Mara said, "for weeks." Eliza examined the equipment with growing alarm. These machines are still connected to the antenna array outside, if he was trying to broadcast something. The lights in the facility suddenly flickered, and from somewhere deep in the mountain came a sound like the world's largest tuning fork being struck. The screens around them flared brighter, and the countdown timer jumped to 73.1%. "We need to leave," Eliza said. "Now." But Mara was reading Harold's final journal, piecing together his last desperate plan. He figured out how to close the door. The signal that opened it, if you reverse the frequency and broadcast it at the right power level, it should collapse the dimensional rift. Should being the operative word, what if he's wrong? What if instead of closing the door, he makes it bigger? The tuning fork sound came again, longer this time, and Mara felt it in her bones. On the screens, the countdown jumped to 75.8%. "Look," Mara said, pointing to one of the monitors. It showed a map of the region with concentric circles radiating out from Site 22. As they watched, the innermost circle contracted slightly. "It's working," she breathed. "The affected area is shrinking." But Eliza was looking at another screen that showed external camera feeds from around the facility. "Mara?" The fog was rolling in. Not the slow, natural fog Mara had seen from Harold's cabin, but a thick, purposeful mass that moved like a living thing. It flowed up the mountainsides and through the valleys with impossible speed, reaching towards Site 22 like grasping fingers. "They know," Eliza whispered. "The entities know what's happening. They're trying to stop it." The countdown timer reached 80%, and the mountain shook as if something massive had struck it from below. Harold's corpse remained perfectly still in his chair, but his eyes seemed to track their movement. "That's not possible," Mara said. "Nothing's been possible for 40 years. Eliza grabbed Mara's arm. "We have to go. The fog will be here in minutes." But Mara was transfixed by the screens. The countdown was accelerating now, jumping in larger increments. 82%, 85%, 88%. Each increase was accompanied by tremors that shook dust from the ceiling. On the external cameras, she could see shapes moving in the fog, tall, elongated figures that walked with the wrong number of joints, their shadows trailing behind them like dark smoke. As they got close to the cameras, their forms became more recognizably human, as if proximity to the facility was teaching them how to appear normal. "They're learning," Mara said with horrible fascination. "Even now, they're still trying to understand us." 91%, 93%, 95%. The lights went out. Emergency lighting kicked in a moment later, bathing everything in hellish red. Harold's body was gone from the chair, but his journal remained open on the desk. In the crimson light, Mara could see that new words had appeared on the page. "The door must close, but the choice is yours. Some bridges once burned cannot be rebuilt, but some doors once opened poison everything they touch. Choose wisely, Mara. Choose for both sides." 97%, 98%. The fog had reached the facility. Through the external cameras, Mara watched it pour through the entrance like liquid mercury, flowing down the corridors above them. But something was wrong with the fog itself. It flickered between opacity and translucency, as if it couldn't decide what it wanted to be. "The program is destabilizing their reality," Liza said, understanding dawning in her voice. "Harold's signal isn't just closing the door. It's making it impossible for them to maintain coherence in our dimension." On the screens, the shapes in the fog were becoming less distinct, their borrowed human forms dissolving back into something altogether more alien. Some collapsed entirely, leaving only dark stains that dissipated like smoke. Others fled back toward the ridgelines, moving with increasingly erratic gaits. 99%. The countdown stopped. In the sudden silence, Mara could hear her own heartbeat, Eliza's ragged breathing, and from somewhere above the sound of footsteps. Slow, deliberate footsteps moving through the corridors toward the staircase. "Harold?" Mara called out. The footsteps stopped. Then Harold's voice drifted down the stairs, perfectly clear and utterly familiar. "Mara? I'm sorry, sweetheart. I didn't want you to see this." Eliza grabbed Mara's arm before she could move toward the stairs. "That's not your uncle. How can you be sure?" "Because Harold Kinley has been dead for 3 weeks, and dead men don't apologize." The footsteps resumed, closer now. Harold appeared at the top of the stairs, looking exactly as he had in life. Rumpled flannel shirt, worn jeans, reading glasses perched on his nose. He smiled when he saw Mara, the same warm smile she remembered from childhood. "There you are," he said, beginning to descend the stairs. "I was worried you wouldn't find me." But as he came closer, Mara noticed the details that were wrong. His shadow fell upward instead of down. His reflection in the polished surfaces moved independently of his body, and his eyes, while familiar in colour and shape, held something vast and alien that was trying very hard to understand love. "You're not him," Mara said. "I am him," the thing wearing Harold's face replied. "I have his memories, his knowledge, his affection for you. I understand why he cared so much, why he sacrificed himself to give you a choice." "What choice?" The Harold thing gestured at the countdown display, still frozen at 99%. "The program can be completed with a simple command. One keystroke and the dimensional rift collapses permanently. My people, what's left of them, will be cut off from this reality forever. Some will die, others will be trapped here, slowly dissolving as the connection to our home dimension fades. And if I don't, then the program fails, the door remains open, and the displacement events continue. More of my people will attempt to cross over. More of your people will be borrowed. The contamination spreads. Eliza moved to stand beside Mara. There's a third option she's not telling you. We leave. Now let the program finish on its own. The Harold thing shook its head sadly. I'm afraid it doesn't work that way. The program requires conscious authorization to complete. Harold built in a safeguard. He wanted to ensure that whoever finished his work understood the consequences. Mara looked at the screens around her, at the readings that showed the dimensional rift slowly stabilizing despite the program's efforts. How many of your people are still here? Dozens, maybe hundreds. We've been crossing over for 40 years in small numbers. Most don't survive the transition. Your reality is hostile to our kind of consciousness, but some have learned to adapt. By wearing human bodies, by borrowing human forms, yes, not to deceive or harm, but to experience existence as you do, to understand emotion, physical sensation, mortality, concepts that don't exist in our realm. And the people you borrow from? The Harold thing's expression grew sorrowful. Most survive the experience, though changed. A few don't. The contact is traumatic for both sides. But Mara, you must understand, you never sought this. The door was torn open by your kind, not ours. We fell through by accident. Mara studied the face of her uncle, searching for some sign of deception, but finding only familiar features animated by something utterly foreign. Show me what you really look like. You wouldn't understand the image. Your minds process visual information differently than ours, but I can show you how we experience reality. The Harold thing extended its hand toward Mara, just for a moment, so you can make an informed choice. Don't, Eliza warned. That's how they pulled my brother through. But Mara was already reaching out. The moment her fingers touched the Harold thing's hand, the world exploded into sensation beyond description. She found herself existing in multiple dimensions simultaneously. Awareness scattered across probability cascades that stretched into infinity. Emotion wasn't feeling, but colour. Memory wasn't recollection, but living architecture. Time wasn't linear, but spherical, with all moments existing in eternal present. And in this impossible space she sensed them. The entities that had been torn from their home and cast into a reality that burned them simply by existing. She felt their confusion, their desperate attempts to understand sensation and mortality and loss. She experienced their clumsy, well-intentioned efforts to connect with humans, not realizing that the contact was poisonous to both species. They weren't invaders. They were refugees, trapped between worlds, slowly dying from exposure to alien physics. The contact lasted only seconds before Mara yanked her hand away, gasping. The ordinary three-dimensional world felt suddenly cramped and limited, like trying to breathe underwater. Now you understand, the Harold thing said gently. We're not monsters. We're just lost. Mara looked at the countdown display, still waiting for her decision. On other screens she could see the fog beginning to dissipate as the entities retreated, their forms becoming increasingly unstable. Whatever Harold's program was doing, it was working, the door was closing. But at what cost? How many beings would be condemned to slow dissolution in a reality they couldn't survive? How many would be cut off forever from whatever passed for home in their incomprehensible dimension? There's another way, she said suddenly. Both Eliza and the Harold thing looked at her sharply. The program doesn't have to close the door completely. According to Harold's notes, the original signal was amplified by the Echo Deep equipment. What if we just reduce the amplitude? Make the door smaller, more stable, but not closed? That's possible, the Harold thing admitted, but it would require constant maintenance. Someone would need to monitor the equipment, adjust the signal strength as conditions change. Someone like me? Mara, no, Eliza said. You don't understand what you're proposing. Constant exposure to the dimensional interface. It would change you. Over time, you'd become something in between human and them. But it would work. A controlled door, small enough to prevent mass displacement events, but large enough to allow gradual supervised contact. The Harold thing nodded slowly. It could work, but the cost would be mine to pay. Mara moved to the control console. The modification to Harold's program would be complex but not impossible. Instead of collapsing the dimensional rift, she could stabilize it at a much smaller aperture. The entities could return home gradually, and the few who chose to remain could do so under controlled conditions. But someone would need to stay here, to monitor the interface, to serve as a bridge between two incompatible realities, and that someone would slowly become something that belonged fully to neither world. "I'll help you," Eliza said quietly. "Number, you've sacrificed enough already. My brother is still out there somewhere in whatever passes for that place. If there's a chance he could come home." Mara began typing, her fingers flying across the keyboard as she modified Harold's code. The countdown display flickered and changed, now showing stabilization protocol initializing. "You realize," the Herald thing said, "that I can't guarantee what this will do to either of our species. Controlled contact is still contact. There will be changes on both sides." "Evolution," Mara said without looking up from her work. "Maybe it's time both our species learned something new." The program completed compilation. All that remained was to execute it. Mara's finger hovered over the enter key. Around her, the screen showed the fog retreating further, the dimensional rift fluctuating between stability and collapse. Soon, the decision would be made for her, either by the complete failure of Harold's original program or by the random collapse of the weakened rift. "For what it's worth," the Herald thing said, "your uncle would be proud." Mara pressed enter. The change was immediate and disorienting. The countdown display shifted to stabilization in progress, and the mountain itself seemed to exhale. The tremors stopped, replaced by a deep harmonic vibration that Mara felt in her bones. On the screens around them, the dimensional rift visibly contracted, shrinking from a chaotic tear in reality to something resembling a controlled aperture. The fog outside began to move differently, no longer the purposeful, seeking mass it had been, but more like natural weather patterns guided by intelligence. Through the external cameras, Mara watched the entities retreat toward the new, smaller portal, their forms becoming more stable as they moved closer to home. "It's working," Eliza breathed. But the Herald thing was watching Mara with growing concern. "The changes have already begun." Mara looked down at her hands and saw what he meant. Her skin had taken on a faint translucent quality, and when she moved her fingers, she could see the echo of the motion trailing behind like visual reverb. The contact with the entity's true form, combined with her proximity to the stabilized rift, was already altering her cellular structure. "How long do I have?" she asked. "Before you become something else entirely? Years, perhaps. But the process is irreversible. Eventually you'll exist in both dimensions simultaneously. You'll understand both forms of consciousness, but belong fully to neither." Mara nodded, surprised by how calm she felt. "Will I still be me?" "You'll be you, plus something more. The question is whether your sanity can handle the expansion." Over the following hours they established protocols for the new reality. The stabilized rift would be monitored continuously, with adjustments made as needed to maintain the delicate balance. The entities could return home at their own pace, and any who chose to remain would do so under careful supervision. Eliza agreed to serve as liaison with the outside world, creating cover stories for the continued government monitoring of the site. They would tell anyone who asked that it was a geological survey station, studying seismic activity in the region. "What about the people who were borrowed?" Mara asked. "They'll recover gradually," Harold Thing replied. "The memories of the contact will fade, though some may retain fragments. They'll need counselling, but they'll be fundamentally themselves again. And you?" The entity smiled with Harold's face. "I'll go home. This borrowed form has served its purpose, and maintaining it is exhausting. But I wanted to thank you first for understanding what we really are. Will others of your kind try to cross over? Some, yes, but fewer now and under controlled conditions. The random displacement events should cease entirely within a few months as the dimensional interface stabilizes." As dawn approached, the Herald Thing began to fade, its borrowed human form becoming increasingly translucent. "One last thing," it said. "Your uncle really did love you. That wasn't part of my mimicry. That was genuine memory, genuine emotion." In trying to understand him, I learned what love meant. Thank you, Mara whispered. The entity nodded and walked up the stairs toward the surface. Mara and Eliza followed, watching as it moved through the facility and out into the morning air. The fog had lifted completely, revealing a crystal-clear mountain dawn. At the edge of the tree line, the Harold thing stopped and turned back. For a moment it looked exactly like Uncle Harold, rumpled, scholarly, and kind. Then it stepped forward into empty air and simply wasn't there anymore. 6 months later, Mara had settled into her new role as Guardian of Site 22. The changes to her physiology had accelerated, but in ways that were more curious than alarming. She could now perceive electromagnetic fields as visible auras around electronic equipment. She could sense dimensional fluctuations hours before they occurred, and sometimes, when she was very still and quiet, she could hear the whispered conversations of entities on the other side of the portal. The displacement events had indeed ceased. The few hikers who reported strange encounters in the fog line spoke of helpful strangers who appeared out of the mist to guide them back to marked trails, entities who had chosen to remain and were learning to coexist peacefully with human visitors. Eliza visited weekly, bringing supplies and news from the outside world. The government had officially classified Site 22 as a long-term geological monitoring station, which provided excellent cover for the real work being done there. "Any word from your brother?" Mara asked during one of these visits. "Actually, yes." Eliza's face brightened. "He showed up at my door last week. Still himself, but different. He remembers everything now, both his time here and his time on the other side. Says he wants to help with the transition protocols." "That's wonderful news." He also brought a message from the entities. They want to establish formal communication protocols. They think there might be beneficial exchanges possible between our species. Mara nodded. She'd been thinking the same thing. Her unique position, existing partially in both realities, made her an ideal translator between species that experienced existence in fundamentally different ways. "There's something else," Eliza said, her expression growing serious. "I've been monitoring missing persons reports across the region. The pattern has changed." "How so?" "People aren't disappearing anymore, but they're changing. Hikers come back from the mountains with enhanced sensory perception. Some report being able to see electromagnetic fields. Others say they can sense weather changes days in advance." Mara considered this. Voluntary contact. The entities are sharing abilities rather than borrowing bodies. It seems that way, but the government is starting to notice. Questions are being asked about why so many people in this region are suddenly displaying unusual capabilities. "We'll deal with that when we have to." Mara looked at the screens around her, showing the steady, controlled flow of energy through the dimensional interface. "For now, we're proving that coexistence is possible." That night, after Eliza had left, Mara made her routine check of the external cameras. The fog was rolling in, not the aggressive, seeking mist of the old days, but a gentle presence that moved with purpose and intelligence. She could see shapes within it, entities who had chosen to remain in this dimension, slowly learning to navigate human reality. One of them approached the camera directly, its form shifting between human and something altogether more abstract. As Mara watched, it resolved into a familiar shape. Uncle Harold, but not the borrowed version she'd encountered months earlier. This was something new, a hybrid consciousness that combined human memory with alien perception. The figure looked directly into the camera and smiled. Then it mouthed words that Mara could somehow hear despite the lack of audio equipment. "The door goes both ways, Mara. When you're ready to see what's on the other side, we'll be waiting." Mara smiled back and waved. She wasn't ready yet. There was still work to do here. Still bridges to build between two species learning to understand each other. But someday, when the protocols were established and the transition was complete, she might step through that door herself. After all, evolution was a two-way process. She looked at her reflection in the dark window, noting how her features had begun to shift subtly over the months. She was becoming something new, something that belonged to both worlds and neither. It should have been terrifying, but instead she felt a profound sense of purpose. She was the bridge between realities, the translator between incompatible forms of consciousness. And for the first time since discovering Harold's research, she was exactly where she belonged. Outside, the fog continued its gentle dance through the valleys, carrying with it the whispered conversations of beings learning to be human and humans learning to be something more. The fog line was no longer a place of disappearance and terror. It had become a place of transformation, and in the deep chambers of Site 22, Mara Kinley continued her work, monitoring the delicate balance between worlds and preparing for a future where the impossible had become merely improbable. The pattern of the vanished had been broken. In its place was something far more beautiful, the pattern of the becoming. Hello there, fellow seekers of the strange and unexplained. Before we dive into tonight's tale, I'm curious about you, our listeners scattered across this vast world of ours. How has your day been treating you? What time is it where you are right now? Are you listening from a bustling city, a quiet suburban home, or perhaps somewhere more remote? I love knowing that our community spans continents and time zones, united by our fascination with the mysteries that lurk just beneath the surface of our everyday reality. Speaking of mysteries, if you're enjoying these deep dives into the unknown, please consider subscribing to Sleep Theories. Your support helps us continue exploring the darkest corners of conspiracy, the paranormal, and those unsettling questions that keep us awake at night. Now, settle in as we explore a story that will make you question the very nature of memory, reality, and truth itself. Dr. Cassia Moreno had always prided herself on her ability to find patterns where others saw only chaos. It was this talent that had earned her a PhD in cognitive neuroscience from Stanford, a prestigious research position studying memory formation, and eventually a lucrative contract with the Department of Defense. But as she sat in her sterile government office in Arlington, Virginia, staring at the data scrolling across her monitor, she wished for once that her pattern recognition skills would fail her. The contract had seemed straightforward enough when she'd signed on 6 months ago. The Pentagon wanted her to analyse psychological anomalies appearing in national security background screenings. Nothing too unusual there. The military had always been paranoid about mental fitness. What they hadn't told her was just how widespread these anomalies had become. Cassia rubbed her tired eyes and took another sip of her cold coffee. It was well past midnight, but she couldn't tear herself away from the data. The numbers were staggering. In the past 18 months, over 3,000 federal employees, military personnel and contractors had failed routine psychological evaluations, not because of mental illness or instability, but because they had given consistently wrong answers to what should have been simple questions about commonly known facts. She pulled up the first case file, Staff Sergeant Marcus Webb, Army Intelligence, 15-year veteran with an exemplary record, applying for a higher security clearance. During his evaluation, He had insisted that the popular children's book series was called The Berenstein Bears, not Berenstain Bears. When shown the actual books with the correct spelling, he became agitated, claiming someone had changed them. The second file, Air Traffic Controller Janet Morrison, FAA. 23 years of flawless service. During her routine psychological assessment, she maintained that Nelson Mandela had died in prison in the 1980s, not in 2013 as former president. She provided specific details about watching his funeral on television, details that matched no historical record. The third, FBI Agent David Chen, Counterintelligence Division. He argued vehemently that there were 52 United States, not 50. When pressed, he couldn't name the additional 2 states but remained absolutely certain of the number. File after file revealed the same disturbing pattern. Highly trained, mentally stable individuals with impeccable records were suddenly remembering a different version of reality. What made Cassia's skin crawl wasn't the wrong answers themselves. False memories were well documented in psychological literature. What terrified her was the consistency. The same wrong answers given by completely unrelated people across the country. People who had never met, never communicated, yet shared identical false memories down to the smallest details. It defied everything she knew about how memory worked. Cassia opened a new document and began typing her preliminary report, but paused when she noticed something else in the files. A single phrase kept appearing in the margins of the evaluation reports, always handwritten by different assessors. Project Manifold, Level E access only. She tried searching the Pentagon's database for any reference to Project Manifold. Access denied. She tried the Defense Intelligence Agency. Access denied. Every search led to the same digital wall, the same terse message. Insufficient clearance level. Cassia leaned back in her chair, her mind racing. In her 3 decades of scientific research, she had learned to trust her instincts. And right now, every instinct was screaming that she had stumbled onto something much larger and more dangerous than a simple psychological study. She picked up her secure phone and dialed a number she hadn't called in over 5 years. Haruto, it's Cassia Moreno. I know it's late, but I need to talk to you about something. Something involving CERN and quantum mechanics. There was a long pause on the other end of the line. Cassia. Dr. Haruto Seldine's voice was barely above a whisper. Are you calling from a secure line? Of course. Pentagon issued. Why? Another pause. Because if you're calling me about what I think you're calling about, then they're already watching you. The coffee shop in Georgetown was crowded enough to provide cover, but not so packed that their conversation would be drowned out. Cassia had chosen a corner table with clear sight lines to all entrances, a habit she'd developed during her early consulting work with the CIA. Dr. Haruto Seldin arrived precisely on time, looking older than his 63 years, his once black hair now silver, his dark eyes carrying the weight of secrets. You look like hell, Haruto, Cassia said as he sat down across from her. So do you, but then most people do once they start seeing the cracks. He ordered black coffee from the approaching waitress and waited until she was out of earshot before continuing. Tell me what you found. Cassia slid a tablet across the table, showing him her compiled data on the psychological anomalies. Haruto's expression grew darker with each page he scrolled through. The Mandela effect, he said finally. That's what they're calling it now, isn't it? Named after that woman, Fiona Broome, who first documented the phenomenon online. You know about this? Know about it? Haruto laughed bitterly. Cassia, I helped create it. The words hit her like a physical blow. What are you talking about? Haruto glanced around the coffee shop nervously before leaning forward. 2012. You remember I left CERN abruptly, told everyone I was burned out, wanted to return to private research. Yes, you never explained why. I couldn't. I'd signed NDAs that would have landed me in federal prison for the rest of my life. But things have changed. The project is supposed to be shut down, and frankly, I'm tired of carrying this alone." He paused, choosing his words carefully. "I was recruited for something called the Manifold Initiative. Officially, it was dimensional stability fieldwork. Unofficially, it was the most dangerous experiment in human history." Cassia felt her mouth go dry. "Explain." "The Large Hadron Collider at CERN, and several smaller facilities like it around the world, don't just smash particles together for research. The energy levels we achieve, the exotic matter we create, it has unintended consequences. We started noticing small discrepancies in our data, tiny variations in physical constants, minute changes in historical records stored in our databases. Changes? At first we thought it was equipment malfunction or data corruption, but then we started comparing notes with other facilities, cross-referencing with historical archives. The discrepancies were real, and they were spreading. Small tears in what we call space-time, micro-fractures that allowed alternate versions of reality to bleed through." Cassia stared at him in disbelief. "You're talking about parallel universes." "I'm talking about the multiverse, Cassia. The theory that every quantum possibility creates a separate timeline, a separate reality. We discovered that these realities aren't as separate as we thought. Under certain conditions, they can overlap, interfere with each other, and we had inadvertently created those conditions." Haruto reached into his jacket and pulled out a manila folder. "The Mandela effects people are experiencing aren't memory glitches, they're timeline fractures. The question isn't why people remember differently, it's why the record changed around them." He opened the folder and slid out 2 documents. Both appeared to be copies of the Declaration of Independence, aged and authentic looking. But there was a crucial difference. This one, Haruto pointed to the first document, refers to the 13 unified colonies. This one mentions the 13 United States. Both are from the National Archives. Both have matching provenance. Both exist simultaneously in our reality. Cassia examined the documents with growing horror. The handwriting was identical. The paper and ink appeared genuine. Even the water stains and age marks matched perfectly. But the words were different. How is this possible? Because we're living in a merged timeline, Cassia. Fragments of different realities bleeding together, creating inconsistencies that our brains struggle to process. Most people's minds simply adjust, accepting the new reality as it overwrites the old. But some people with certain neural patterns, certain types of memory formation, they retain traces of the original timeline. The people in my files? Exactly. They're not mentally ill or delusional. They're remembering correctly. They're just remembering a different version of reality that used to exist. Haruto's voice dropped to barely audible. And that's when the government got involved. The Nevada desert stretched endlessly in all directions, a barren landscape of scrub brush and red rock under the merciless afternoon sun. Cassia checked her GPS again, confirming she was still on course toward the coordinates Haruto had given her. The facility was supposed to be abandoned, shut down after the Manifold Initiative was terminated in 2014. But as she crested a low hill, she could see the signs of recent activity. The surface installation looked innocuous enough. A cluster of beige concrete buildings surrounded by a chain-link fence topped with razor wire. Warning signs declared it a restricted government research facility, but they looked weathered and old. What caught Cassia's attention were the tyre tracks in the sand, too fresh to be from the facility's supposed shutdown 8 years ago. She had driven out here on impulse, needing to see the place Haruto had described with her own eyes. He had been reluctant to give her the location, warning her that even though the project was officially terminated, certain elements within the government might still be monitoring the site. But Cassia had pushed, and eventually he had relented. The Ananke ring, he had told her, named after the Greek goddess of necessity and fate. Ironic, considering what we were doing there. Now, standing at the fence in the desert heat, Cassia felt a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature. She had brought bolt cutters, telling herself she was just going to take a quick look around the perimeter, but as she cut through the chain link, she knew she was crossing a line from which there might be no return. The surface buildings were indeed abandoned, their windows dark and empty. But Haruto had told her the real facility was underground, accessible through a maintenance shaft hidden behind the main building. She found it exactly where he said it would be, a steel hatch nearly invisible among the concrete foundations. The ladder descended farther than she had expected, her flashlight beam disappearing into darkness below. When she finally reached the bottom, she found herself in a corridor carved from solid rock, stretching away into the mountain. Emergency lighting fixtures lined the walls, dark and dead. The air smelled of ozone and something else, something that made her skin crawl with an indefinable wrongness. Following the corridor, she emerged into a vast underground chamber that took her breath away. The Ananka ring stretched before her like the skeleton of some massive prehistoric creature. The particle accelerator tunnel was smaller than the one at CERN, but no less impressive, its superconducting magnets and detection equipment dark and silent. But it was what she found in the control room that made her blood run cold. Banks of servers lined the walls, their status lights blinking softly in the darkness. They hadn't been shut down. They were running on auxiliary power, maintaining something even after all these years. Cassia found a terminal that was still active and began scrolling through the system logs. What she read made her hands shake. Timeline variant 57, Looney Tunes/Toons, probability shift successful. TVO session 12, Mandela test cohort, memory pattern stable. Session abort, Princess Diana lives timeline, cascade effect detected. Reality anchor points, Nelson Mandela death shift, implementation complete. Berenstein variant, low-level reality bleed, monitoring ongoing. Page after page of session logs detailed deliberate attempts to alter reality, to shift timelines and manipulate collective memory. This wasn't accidental bleed-through from parallel universes, it was weaponized reality manipulation. Cassia found a folder labelled Operation Memory Garden and opened it with trembling fingers. The documents inside outlined a collaboration between the Department of Defense, the CIA, and several private defense contractors. The goal was to use quantum resonance frequencies to shift perception, to alter collective memory patterns, and ultimately to rewrite history itself. Some experiments had been small-scale tests, changing minor details like cartoon character names or the spelling of children's books. Others were more ambitious, attempting to erase entire political scandals or alter the outcomes of elections. A few entries made reference to cosmic-level interventions, attempts to change major historical events. The final document in the folder was dated just 6 months ago. It was titled Phase 3 Implementation, Mass Memory Synchronization. The summary made Cassia's stomach turn. Following successful small-scale reality modifications, recommend proceeding to Phase 3, complete timeline consolidation. Using satellite-based quantum resonance arrays, we can achieve global memory synchronization, eliminating dangerous alternate timelines and establishing a single controlled narrative of history. Cassia printed every document she could find, her scientific training warring with her growing terror. She had always believed in the primacy of truth, in the objective reality of facts and evidence. But what she was reading suggested that truth itself could be manipulated, that reality was far more fragile than anyone had imagined. As she prepared to leave, she noticed one final folder labelled the Rememberer's Security Threat Assessment. Inside were photographs and dossiers of people from around the world, civilians, military personnel, scientists, all connected by one common thread. They remembered alternate versions of reality. At the top of the list was her own photograph, with a note written in red ink. Priority target. Containment protocol approved. Cassia barely slept for 3 days after her return from Nevada. Every shadow seemed to hide a government agent. Every phone call might be her last. She had uploaded the documents from the Ananke ring to multiple encrypted cloud servers, and sent copies to journalists, scientists, and anyone else she thought might be able to help expose the truth. But so far the response had been minimal. A few conspiracy theory websites had picked up the story, but mainstream media dismissed it as elaborate fiction. That changed when she received a message through her encrypted email account. Dr. Moreno, if you're reading this, then you've seen behind the curtain. You're not alone. There are others who remember, others who know the truth. If you want answers, meet us at the coordinates attached. Come alone and watch for surveillance. The timeline depends on it. MP. The coordinates led her to an abandoned warehouse in Baltimore, a 3-hour drive from her Arlington apartment. Cassia arrived after dark. Her nerves stretched to the breaking point. The warehouse appeared empty, but as she approached the loading dock, a door opened and a shadowy figure beckoned her inside. Dr. Moreno, I'm Malik Price. The man who greeted her was in his 40s with greying hair and the bearing of a career military officer. Thank you for coming. We've been following your work with great interest. He led her through the dark warehouse to a hidden room behind a false wall. Inside, she found something she hadn't expected. A sophisticated command centre filled with computers, monitors, and communication equipment. More surprising were the dozen people working at various stations, all turning to look at her as she entered. Welcome to the Rememberers, Malik said. We're what you might call the Resistance. Resistance to what? To having our reality stolen from us. A woman approached from one of the computer terminals. She was young, maybe 30, with the intense eyes of someone who had seen too much. I'm Dr. Sarah Chen. Until 2 years ago, I was a quantum physicist at MIT. Then I started remembering things that supposedly never happened. Like what? Like the fact that Australia used to be much farther south. Like the fact that the human heart is located in the centre of the chest, not shifted to the left. Like the fact that there used to be 52 states, not 50. Sarah's voice grew angry. But every time I tried to research these memories, I found that reality had been changed around me. Maps were different, anatomy textbooks had been altered, historical records didn't match what I remembered. Malik gestured toward a large wall map covered in coloured pins. We've been tracking timeline anomalies for 5 years now. Each pin represents a confirmed reality shift, a place where multiple people remember the same alternate version of history. The pattern is clear, the shifts are accelerating, and they're becoming more invasive. Cassia studied the map, her scientist's mind automatically analysing the data. The clusters follow population centres, but there are outliers. What causes the geographical variations? We think it's related to quantum field fluctuations, said another man, introducing himself as Doctor. James Morrison, a former CERN researcher. Areas with high electromagnetic activity, places near particle accelerators or military installations, seem to be more susceptible to timeline bleed. But it's not random, Sarah added. We've identified clear patterns in the types of changes being made. Historical events that made the government look bad are being erased. Scientific discoveries that challenge official narratives are being altered. Even popular culture is being modified to remove subversive messages. Malik pulled up a chair and sat across from Cassia. We know about your discovery at the Ananke Ring. We've been aware of Project Manifold for years, but we could never prove it existed. Your documentation is the first concrete evidence we've seen. How many of you are there? More than you might think, fewer than we need. The problem is identification. Most people don't realise their memories have been altered. The brain is remarkably adaptable. When reality changes around them, they simply accept the new version as correct. Only certain individuals retain traces of the original timeline. What makes them different? Dr. Morrison leaned forward. We're still researching that, but we have some theories. People with certain neurological conditions, individuals who work with quantum physics or advanced mathematics, military personnel exposed to classified electromagnetic experiments, they seem to be more resistant to memory modification. Sarah activated a large monitor showing a timeline chart. What we've discovered, is that the reality shifts aren't permanent. They exist in a state of quantum superposition, constantly fighting against each other. The more people who remember the original timeline, the more unstable the altered version becomes. Which is why they're trying to eliminate us, Malik said grimly. Every person who remembers the truth weakens their control over reality. They call us a security threat, but we prefer to think of ourselves as the immune system of the universe. Cassia felt a chill as she realised the implications. The document I found mentioned Phase 3, mass memory synchronization. They're planning something big. We know, Malik nodded. Our intelligence suggests they're preparing to activate a global quantum resonance network. Satellites, ground-based transmitters, maybe even the cell phone infrastructure. If they succeed, they'll be able to rewrite history on a planetary scale. And eliminate anyone who remembers the truth in the process, Sarah added quietly. The room fell silent as the weight of the situation settled over them. They weren't just fighting for their own memories, they were fighting for the very nature of reality itself. So, what do we do? Cassia asked finally. Malik smiled grimly. We remember, we document, and we make sure the truth survives, no matter what version of reality they try to force on us. The changes started small. Cassia first noticed them 3 weeks after her meeting with the Rememberers, subtle alterations to her apartment that made her question her own sanity. The kitchen layout was reversed, with the sink on the right instead of the left. Family photos showed events she didn't remember attending. Her college diploma hung on the wall with a slightly different date. But it was her personal journals that truly terrified her. Cassia had kept detailed research notes for over 20 years, documenting her work in cognitive science with meticulous precision. Now, flipping through the pages, she found entries in her own handwriting describing experiments she had never conducted, conclusions she had never reached, and most disturbing of all, warnings she had never written. Reality is not constant, read one entry dated 6 months earlier. The timeline shifts are accelerating. If you're reading this and don't remember writing it, then you're experiencing temporal displacement. Trust your instincts, not your environment. CM. Another entry, supposedly from just last week. They're coming. The manifold protocol has been activated. Find the Rememberers. Find the truth. Don't let them erase us all. CM. Cassia's hand shook as she read her own words. Words she had no memory of writing. The implications were staggering. Not only was reality being actively manipulated, but her own timeline was becoming unstable. She was losing pieces of herself to alternate versions that apparently existed simultaneously. Her secure phone buzzed with an encrypted message from Malik. Emergency meeting. They've found us. Bring everything. The warehouse in Baltimore was in chaos when Cassia arrived. Equipment was being hastily packed, computers wiped, and documents shredded. Malik met her at the door, his face grim. We've been compromised. Federal agents raided 3 of our safe houses this morning. They're calling us domestic terrorists, claiming we're spreading dangerous disinformation. He handed her a tablet showing news reports from around the country. But that's not the worst part. The news footage showed government officials holding press conferences, scientists at podiums, all speaking with absolute authority about the dangers of false memory syndrome and the need for cognitive correction therapy for affected individuals. The reports mentioned a new treatment being developed by the Department of Health and Human Services in collaboration with defence contractors, a process that could repair damaged memories and restore normal brain function. They're not just hunting us anymore, Sarah said, approaching with a laptop bag slung over her shoulder. They're preparing to medicalise dissent. Anyone who remembers alternate timelines will be declared mentally ill and subjected to forced treatment. Forced memory modification, Dr. Morrison added. They're turning the weapons they use to alter reality into medical procedures. It's brilliant and terrifying. Cassia felt the walls closing in around them. How long do we have? According to our sources inside the government, the mass synchronization event is scheduled for next week, Malik replied. Operation Recall Loop. They'll use every available transmission method, satellites, cell towers, even the emergency broadcast system, to send quantum resonance frequencies designed to align all human memory patterns to a single, approved timeline. What timeline? One where Project Manifold never existed, where alternate realities are impossible, where anyone who claims to remember differently is suffering from a treatable mental disorder. Sarah's voice was bitter. They're not just rewriting history, they're rewriting the rules of what's possible. The group worked frantically to salvage what they could from their research, uploading files to decentralized networks, sending copies to contacts around the world, hoping that some record of the truth would survive the coming purge. But as they worked, reality continued to shift around them. Cassia watched in horror as newspaper headlines changed while she was reading them, as photographs flickered between different versions of the same events, as the very text on her computer screen rewrote itself in real time. The timeline was becoming unstable, possibly as a result of their resistance to the official narrative. "It's starting, Doctor," Morrison said, pointing to his quantum field detectors. "The resonance frequencies are building. They're running preliminary tests." Through the warehouse windows, Cassia could see the night sky flickering strangely, as if reality itself was having trouble maintaining consistency. Stars appeared and disappeared, constellations shifted, and for a brief moment she swore she could see multiple moons in the sky simultaneously. Malik made a decision. "We upload everything. Now full exposure. Every document, every recording, every piece of evidence we have. We flood the internet with the truth before they can stop us." "It won't matter," Sarah said quietly. "Once they activate the global synchronization, none of this will exist. The new timeline won't include any of our discoveries." "Then we make sure some of us remember," Cassia said suddenly. "If they can modify memory with quantum frequencies, maybe we can shield ourselves from those frequencies." Dr. Morrison looked up from his equipment. "Theoretically possible. We'd need to create a localized quantum interference field, something to disrupt their transmission, but the power requirements—" "The Ananke ring," Cassia interrupted. "It's still active, still running on auxiliary power. If we could modify the resonance frequency, use it to broadcast a counter-signal." Malik stared at her. "You want to go back to Nevada? To the heart of their operation?" "It's the only facility powerful enough to interfere with their satellite network, and it's the last place they'd expect us to make a stand." The decision was made quickly. As reality continued to fracture around them, the surviving rememberers loaded their equipment into vehicles and began the desperate journey across the country. They had perhaps 48 hours before Operation Recall Loop went live. 48 hours to save not just their memories, but the very possibility of alternate truth. As they drove through the night, Cassia watched the world outside change and shift. Roads appeared and disappeared, cities flickered between different versions of themselves, and the stars overhead rearranged themselves into unfamiliar patterns. They were living through the collapse of stable reality, witnessing the birth of a new world where truth would be whatever those in power decided it should be. But they still remembered. And as long as they remembered, there was hope. The final transmission from the Ananke ring lasted exactly 17 minutes and 33 seconds. Government records claim it was a malfunction in the abandoned facility's power systems, a final surge of electricity through decaying equipment before permanent shutdown. But those who were listening, those who knew what to look for, heard something else entirely. Buried in the static of emergency radio frequencies, encoded in the background hum of satellite communications, scattered across the spectrum of human transmission, was a message. Not words exactly, but something deeper. A quantum signature that resonated with certain types of human consciousness. A signal designed to preserve memory across timeline shifts. The official reports state that Dr. Cassia Marino died in a tragic accident at the facility, along with several other individuals who had apparently broken into the site. Their bodies were found near the particle accelerator, victims of radiation exposure from the aging equipment. The incident was classified under national security protocols, and the site was sealed permanently. Operation Recall Loop launched on schedule, broadcasting synchronized memory patterns to a global audience through every available channel. News reports described it as a successful test of new emergency broadcast capabilities. Most people never noticed the brief static that interrupted their programs, the momentary disorientation as their memories aligned with the approved timeline. The Mandela effect disappeared from public discourse almost overnight. Scientific studies debunk the phenomenon as mass hysteria combined with normal memory formation errors. Social media posts discussing alternate timelines were flagged as misinformation and removed. Support groups for people experiencing false memories were quietly disbanded, their members enrolled in cognitive therapy programs that proved remarkably effective. But the signal from Ananke Ring had done its work. In hidden corners of the internet, on forums that exist in the spaces between official surveillance, the rememberers still gather. They share fragments of alternate timelines, comparing notes on realities that officially never existed. They document the ongoing shifts, the subtle changes that most people never notice. They remember Nelson Mandela dying in prison. They remember 52 states. They remember when the human heart was centred in the chest and Australia was thousands of miles further south. They remember a world where governments couldn't rewrite the past with quantum frequencies and satellite transmissions. New members join regularly. People who wake up one morning to find their world slightly different than the day before. People who notice that their childhood memories don't match the history books. People who realise that their reality might not be as solid as they thought. The resistance continues as it must. Because as long as someone remembers the truth, any version of truth, the possibility exists for reality to shift again. Memory is the battlefield now, and the war for the nature of existence itself rages on in the spaces between what was, what is, and what might be. Dr. Cassia Moreno's final words, recorded on the equipment found at the Ananke Ring, serve as both warning and rallying cry for those who still remember. If you remember different, you're not broken, you're proof. Proof that reality is not singular, not fixed, not controlled by those who would shape it to their will. Every alternate memory is a crack in their perfect narrative. Every discrepancy is evidence that truth exists beyond their manipulation. Hold on to your memories, compare them with others, document everything. Because the moment we stop remembering, the moment we accept their version as the only version, is the moment we lose ourselves completely. The timestamp on the recording shows an impossible date, a day that never existed in the current timeline. But for those who remember, it serves as proof that Cassia Moreno and the others didn't die in vain. They became part of the signal itself, their consciousness encoded in the static between realities, waiting for the day when the truth can emerge again. In a small apartment in Georgetown, a former CERN physicist named Haruta Seldin sits at his computer, typing carefully chosen words onto forums that exist in the shadows of the internet. His message is simple, but it carries the weight of infinite possibilities. Do you remember when reality was different? Do you remember what they took from us? If you do, then you are not alone. We are the static in their signal, the noise in their perfect symphony. We are the rememberers, and we will not be erased. The war for reality continues, fought in memory and dream, in the spaces between certainty and doubt, and somewhere in the quantum foam that underlies all existence, alternate timelines press against the barriers, waiting for their chance to bleed through once again. Truth, it seems, is more resilient than those who would control it ever imagined. The manifold archive remains hidden but not destroyed, its secrets scattered like seeds across the infinite landscape of possibility. And every person who reads these words, who remembers things differently than the official record, becomes part of the archive themselves, a living repository of alternate truth in a world that has forgotten the meaning of the word. Remember, document, resist.